Good evening. It's December 22nd, 2025. Boy, it looks a little harsh here tonight. Not sure why. It's December 21st, Sunday evening at midnight. We had a little bit of a scheduling conflict, but we are in the middle of Hunter Killer's Earthbreak Omega Protocol. We're up to box 4. We don't want to miss a day, so we're just going to power through it. Let us see who managed to turn up here. Midnight Central Standard Time, which means it's 1 a.m. on the East Coast and daytime in Europe and various places. Jonathan was just telling us about his holiday plans. He says a couple small family get-togethers, one Chinese takeout, one home cooked. Plan on bringing some cooked pineapple, which is something between a dish and a garnish. And let's see what Jonathan Warner orders for Chinese food. Sesame chicken, kung pao chicken, bourbon chicken, and fried rice. That's a lot of chicken. And steamed vegetables. When we would go to a Chinese restaurant in New York City, I would always get, in addition to dumplings, of course, some cold noodles in sesame sauce and scallion pancakes. Those were the two appetizers that were sort of tradition for us. All right, so we're not going to do a recap tonight. Obviously, you shouldn't be watching this if you haven't watched the previous 3 boxes. We're on box 4 tonight. When will we get to the finale, box 5? Not clear. Maybe tomorrow. Conceivably tonight, but probably not. Yesterday was sort of the turning point of enjoyment for this game. The first 2 boxes of this set weren't quite doing it for me. But yesterday's box was quite enjoyable. We finally found out who is pulling the strings behind this lock-in and who has hacked into the computer system. And it seems like Jonathan's theory was correct all along. To remind you, Jonathan's theory is that this guy, Shepard Oswald, who was an FBI agent, was not really the FBI agent, and that he is the hacker that targeted this facility before the lock-in, before the alien invasion, and that he has killed the FBI agent and assumed his identity, and then has resumed cracking into the computer system. So yesterday we got 2 big reveals. First of all, we saw the security footage of him helping the woman who got killed leave the facility untraced with access to the security doors. And our contact, who is the A1 leader of this whole place, she revealed to us that whoever let Persephone out is probably involved in her death. And we watched the security camera of him letting her out. And we got access to the security camera of his room, which showed an emitter, which we think he used to get her killed. Basically, he remotely triggered the emitter she was carrying, which drew the aliens to her, and they probably killed her. We also got a note from an anonymous person who we think is this guy, saying basically, we're dead. But as the channel points out, as Logan points out, the main question is why? Yeah, we don't know why he was originally hacking into the facility. We don't know why he's so keen to be here now. We don't know why he wants this place locked in. assuming he wants this place all locked in so no one gets in and out, it does make sense that he might kill off Persephone because she was going to reveal that the virus is not present anymore outside. But we don't know why he should care about that, other than he likes his position of power. And we do know from reading the doctor's reports, the psychologist reports, that our guy here is sort of pulling the strings behind the front person who's been advocating for the lock-in. And we know that they have been successfully motivating this community, this facility, to vote for this lock-in. And we think, I guess, we're assuming that it's our moral duty to fight against that. On the other hand, the religious zealot is against it also. Lots of little threads in this game that sort of all came together yesterday quite well. And now we'll see what happens with box 4. Anna is sharing her little tradition. Going with my parents and my sons, my sister's coming too. We're eating traditional cakes with honey and another with poppy seeds and nuts. Anna's theory is, in this community, he's a leader. He doesn't want to go back to society where he was a criminal. Yeah, that's a reasonable point. I do like the idea. I am pretty much a recluse, but I do like the idea of family on Christmas. I don't know, do you guys get each other presents? Do you have presents under a tree? We used to have a thing where we would get to open one present on Christmas Eve. That was the tradition. Nowadays, there aren't very many gifts, although I did send my sister and nieces that recently kickstarted Pandora's Legacy, Pandora's Puzzle. It's sort of a jigsaw puzzle with an escape room that looks pretty deluxe. All right, let's get into box 4 here. All right, box 4 has very little physical content. Or at least very lightweight physical content. All right, so do not open Jeremy. So Jeremy is the 12-year-old kid who's used to pass letters and messages, and here we have a little vial of liquid and some test strips with instructions. Whoever was sending this to, I guess someone is sending it to us probably, says do not open Jeremy. Jeremy is a little bit suspicious. And then we've got a little sliding puzzle game here. I suppose we're just meant for me to solve this and then do something with it. We have our new password. Rule 12, so it's probably just a 12 shift for this. Nothing special about that. And then we've got our welcome letter. We'll start with that. And then we've got another poster, our third poster in this game. It looks like a schematic of a circuit board. Another, not a letter, a booklet. A booklet of notes that look psychotic. I wonder if these are going to be Oswald's notes and we're finally going to get to find out that he's crazy. All right, let's start with our letter from our contact. Okay, so this is from Layla, who's now finally just signing her name. Dear C117, after we got cut off, there was a struggle. Most of the residents are talking about it now, so there's no use in hiding it. Oswald is being held in dormitory A, where Alosha can keep an eye on him. Okay, let me explain what I think, why this feels like it's sort of coming out of nowhere. The AI computer interface Patricia in this game, in the online content of this game, is offline. It's not working at all anymore. Hunt to Killer said they would keep it alive till December 31st, but we've heard from others it's been offline for a while. And the structure of this game, the way each box is supposed to end, is you're supposed to send our contact answers to her question. And so what I can infer from the way this letter starts is that if this interface had been working and we had sent along to a message through this Patricia AI that said Oswald is the bad guy, we saw the security camera, then she was going to reply and say, oh, you found him, oh my God, this is terrible, we're going to try to arrest him or whatever. And so this letter is going to be after that little interaction that we would have had with her on the website. And here she is saying, we got cut off, but to follow up with what we were talking about, everyone knows now that Oswald is the bad guy. We've captured him. Okay, so this is exciting. Oswald is being held in dormitory A, where Alosha can keep an eye on him while he tries to help me with Patricia. But we're far from fortunate. We're on the verge of a riot. Some residents love Oswald. I'm at a loss. What we do know is Oswald switched Persephone's emitter remote, so he must have called the creatures to her. That was our theory. We know he was manipulating Matthias into using her death as a catalyst for the upcoming vote. We figured that out too. Alosha is trying to pry any rhyme or reason out of him. I brought this information to the council, requested a vote on Oswald's permanent exile. However, Matthias is in denial, will not turn on him. A lost cause, as you can see from his public announcement that I've provided you. Cyril is frustratingly undecided, but I believe we can get him on our side. We must get a majority vote in order to get rid of Oswald and save ourselves from whatever harm he plans to inflict next. Alosha and I, that's our cybersecurity guy, Alosha, the Russian, and I have taken what we believe is evidence from Oswald's desk and sent them to you. Crazy philosophical scribblings, a page of schematics, and some odd-looking tiles. The schematics look like they're mapping out the magnetic lock to the entrance door. Perhaps this was how he was able to bypass it. To make matters worse, Oswald has changed Alosha's passwords and blocked us out of Alosha's data cache. I hope the explanation lies in these procured documents and items. I'm also sending you a vial of a solution courtesy of Lab B. I'd like you to conduct a test for me, since I cannot be the one seen breaking protocol. Alosha and I agreed we need to find out all we can about Oswald. The more we know, the more fuel we'll have for the fire. However, Oswald has refused an immunity screening, and Simone has ethical hang-ups about forcing someone to take a blood test and then handing that blood over to a third party. So while in Oswald's room, I quickly swept his comb for skin cells and mixed it in with the solution. Take the test strip and dip it in the solution. A while back, Persephone taught me if the strip turns blue, the GC content is above 50%, meaning you're immune. This means that the person is genetically vulnerable to the current virus. So if it's over 50%, we think they're immune to the virus. If it turns red, the patient's CG is above 50% and therefore not at risk and likely immune. But why are we caring if Oswald is immune? Worst of all, Patricia is broken. Yeah, we know that. Oswald's messing with my Patricia. It's like having a child with a fever that just won't go down. It pains me to see my Patricia unable to articulate correctly. She's been like this since Oswald initiated the new Omega protocol. I'm using all of my willpower not to kick him out myself. The hell with council approval. I'd suffer the consequences gladly, but Alosha has been telling me to wait for more pragmatic reasons. We must do this carefully, or Oswald could escape justice, and we will never know the truth. I've given you my recent analysis on Patricia to help you gain access to her source code. Once you're able to crack Oswald's password and access Alosha's data cache, that is, please uncover the terrible things Oswald has done and what he's hiding. Not only will we punish him for what he's done to Persephone, but we can get one step closer to fixing Patricia. She is our security, our lifeline, our future. You know what to do. Type Mandalore 387 into Patricia to open the new secure communication link I've created. Send the names of any files we can use as evidence against Oswald. Be careful. We find ourselves in dark places. Okay, so the only thing that's weird is we're doing this to find out whether Oswald is immune to this virus or not. But I don't see the point of that, unless it's going to reveal at some point that Oswald is not who he says he is. All right. So I guess the first thing we need to do is to get into the current day's computer. We remember how to do this. It's a shift 12. So A is going to L. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A goes to M. And then we will write down our access code for today. For box 4. All right. F goes to R. D goes to P. This doesn't seem right. M goes to Y. What's going wrong here? Rule 12. It's a shift backwards 12, I think. That's what it was. Was that it? Shift backwards 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 would mean A goes to an O. Let's try again. Okay. In fact, let me give myself a little space here. All right. F goes to T. D goes to R. M goes to A. Z goes to N. E goes to S. H. V. Q. E. D goes to R. E goes to S. Q goes to E. I goes to W. M. A. H is V. And then Q. Transverse wave. Okay. Transverse wave. All right, let's go and log in to the new password here. So it's weird because, well, let's just log in here. Okay, transverse wave lowercase. All right, so here we are into the current day's access. And we think, Patricia, are you still broken? Okay, she's going to be still broken. All right, so let's see. What should be new? We should have new polls. We should have new forum. And the rest of these, let's just go to personnel files. We think there's still going to be a new data cache here. Normally, it's one of his entries, which is a link to some backdoor, but I don't see it now. Let's see if maybe Oswald has a link now. No. So how are we going to get into the, where is the backdoor for today? Can't get into the council profile. Resident directory seems all the same. I don't know. Well, let's look at the latest poll. The latest poll is basically 50-50. So previously, more people were in favor of the lock-in. We are not in favor of the lock-in, but it's gone down a little bit. It's now right 50-50, neck and neck. I'm really confused about what's happening. I can't believe Councillor Oswald would do the stuff people are saying he did. Even if those people are other councillors. My head hurts whenever I think about it too much. Okay. Let's see how much more forum we have. Where was the last message we read? The last message we read was this one, I think. Who wants to switch roommates? So we have, starting on day 1851 is new stuff. And here was the announcement. I urge residents of the NACS facility to remain calm in light of the following information. It has been revealed that the death of Persephone Grace was not a result of the virus, as we initially reported in order to avoid a panic, but nor was it the result of random extraterrestrial violence on the outskirts of the base, as we initially thought. Persephone Grace was murdered by resident A007, Shepard Oswald. Mr. Oswald appears to have allowed Miss Grace to leave the facility. Once she was outside, Mr. Oswald... Let me see if I can move this a bit. Once she was outside, Mr. Oswald attracted a swarm of extraterrestrials to her through improper usage of a standard issue ULF emitter. This information came to light as a result of an internal investigation spearheaded by Councillor Woods. Layla Woods. Mr. Oswald has been apprehended, is currently being held in the council quarters. He has been found unfit to govern and has been expelled from his position on the council. His ultimate fate has yet to be decided. Despite assertions by some fellow councillors to the contrary, I do not believe we have sufficient evidence to conclusively condemn Mr. Oswald for Patricia's recent malfunctions. By the admission of my two esteemed colleagues, there's nothing in Mr. Oswald's personal or professional background that would explain a sudden aptitude for high-level technological sabotage. That's because he's not Oswald. He's not the FBI guy. He is the hacker, just as Jonathan predicted. The vote on the lock-in protocol will proceed as planned. The consensus of 3 council members will be needed to pass the resolution one way or another. To avoid a tie, a resident of the base will be appointed to the council in the near future. The nominee for this position will need the approval of at least 3 of the 4 current council members to be officially confirmed. Is it going to be us? A001 has already proposed a candidate for this position. Her motion has been seconded by A002. This is Layla Woods and our guy, Alosha, the Russian security guy. And surely this is going to be us that she's proposed. I will review this candidate myself in the coming days. If I find them to be a capable individual with the facility's best interest at heart, I will provide the 3rd and final vote needed to induct this person to the council. Any questions or comments or concerns can be delivered to my office in written form. And this is written by the psychiatrist, A004. Hey, someone thought it was a good idea to lock me out of our bedroom after a disagreement we had about the votes. I think... Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. Okay, so that was that, and then we've got another announcement. There's one additional piece of information. Councillor Faramand left off his announcement list. This is Matthias, the guy who's working with Oswald, but is probably not with the death of Persephone. He just is under Oswald's puppeting him, controlling him. He says, in the interest of full disclosure and in light of the upcoming lock-in vote, I believe you all need this information. The council has recently received a confidential report about the state of the outside world. The soil outside of the facility is becoming inhospitable for plant life. In the very near future, it will be impossible for plants to grow in the surrounding area. If we can grow crops better internally, why are we risking leaving the doors open? The outside world holds nothing but death for us. It's time we stop pretending otherwise. Okay, so that was our announcements. We have more forum to read, but I think we should do some other stuff first. I want to look at this poster, but I first want to find what she says about Alosha's back doors, because that has normally been something we do each time. Okay. We must do this carefully. Okay. I've given you my recent analysis on Patricia. Once you're able to crack Oswald's password and access Alosha's data cache. So it looks like we're trying to get into Alosha's data cache, backdoor, whatever, but now it's encrypted with Oswald's password, who we don't really think is Oswald. But where would that be? Where is it asking for Oswald's password? There's no link here, is there? So I'm not sure how we get... This doesn't have a password. I mean, I don't know. I suppose we could log into this intranet using Oswald's login. Maybe that's it, or it's a different URL. Okay, let's take a look at the other stuff, and maybe we'll get the answer as we go through it. Okay, so here's another new poster. NACS is our home. The years have been hard, but we have survived. Do not let the vile actions of one man turn you away from what we know to be true. We're safe here. We are not safe out there. A locked door means a safer NACS. I cannot promise our lives will be easier after the lock-in, but our lives will still be ours. We will not be ravaged by disease or aliens or famine. We will be the masters of our own fate. This is our home. This is our community. We need to keep it safe no matter the cost. The vote may be the council's, but your voice is your own. Make sure your readers hear it. Sponsored by Matthews. And then here is a little poster. The future is calling. Will you answer? All right. It's just a propaganda poster. Not sure if it has anything for us to work on. All right. So we've got a blueprint. Is this blueprint match this? No, not really, but seems like we could probably figure this out. And I don't really know how to do these, but I'm sure I can figure it out eventually. And what am I doing? That certainly looks how this part should be. A little stiff in here. That's what those two. I wonder if I should. I wonder if I should write numbers on these so that. I'm not sure why I'm doing this. They're all just watching me stumble through this. Okay, let's put this aside. Let's relax. We don't know what this is for. It's not for this, but maybe it goes with this. RTY, RTY. So we do have some similar things. Maybe these work together. All right, let's not worry about that for now. What is this document? It says the slider puzzles are a pain. Better to take a picture and move it digitally. I think Jeremy's in the clear. He needs a code because he posts the polls. Okay, let's read this. Analysis of changes. What is this? Day 1852. Unauthorized changes in the Patricia system. This is Layla reporting. She says, Security Information Classification Alpha. Reproduction of the information contained in this report for non-military use is strictly prohibited without the specific approval of the issuing party. The policy for use of classified publications is established for the North American Communications Surveillance. The process of updating and refining this analysis should be continuous, should be a continuous one to ensure that it will be a viable document incorporating all advances and evolutionary changes in Patricia artificial intelligence programming. New issue. Following the rapid evolution of the Patricia source code, as well as the multiple cyber attacks against the NACS facility, the Patricia system is now dysfunctional and producing ungoverned responses. Viral coding is suspected. Subsequent lockout protocols to creator and admin were initiated without creator or admin approval. Creator and admin have limited access to data. Limited access to data cache. Access is limited to the establishment of private communication proxy channels. Interaction with data cache files and source code is locked in view-only mode. Solution to quarantine. Viral coding cannot be executed since editing access to source code has been limited, specifically section number N113. Viral coding has affected the security system, corresponding passwords, data cache system reboot not recommended, as it will weaken security further and delete vital program data. Consequences of viral spread rate, critical errors, communicative glitching, temperature control malfunctions, lighting malfunctions, misrepresentation of life support system, and other data. If viral coding persists, future dysfunctions will include oxygen and air pressure malfunction, backup generator malfunction, and complete loss of backup data, but complete loss of control over Patricia's system. Yikes. So this hacker is threatening their very lives with what he's doing, and they can't get in to fix her. And then we are supposed to do this. All right, let's wait on that. I think the thing to do is to take a look at this document. All right, so this report was made on 1852, which is a recent day. All right, let's look at Jeremy's book. Day 564, 144, up to 1,677. So he's writing all the way up until today or yesterday. And it looks like he's a little bit insane. Day 5, this is day 5 after the Omega Protocol lockdown. I became what they wanted me to be. It is enough that I'm alive, and I was alive on May 19, 2012. And then he's got an encrypted message. I became what they wanted me to be. That's him admitting, he's giving hints that he is the hacker, and he's taken over the identity of the FBI guy. Remember, he made his way to the facility right after lockdown, so here he is a couple days later. Day 64, the disruption of the natural world was meant for me to right the wrongs of humanity. Is this why I still live? This facility with everyone left on this earth right here at my fingertips was always meant to be the start of my life, not my end. Others see it as a grave. I see it as a new world, a new beginning, and then I will lead them to deliverance. And then he's written backwards, the world, she is mine. So turns out this guy, the hacker who's taken over Oswald's identity, is a bit crazy. Day 144, so 6 months or so, maybe 5 months. I'm not here to explain this concept to them, to be another political leader. I'm allowing them to get a glimpse into my world. And to do that, they merely need to take what's ordinary and look at it backwards. This isn't backwards, it's something else. All right, continuing on. You look at me to see yourself. She is the COTOL, catalyst. She is the catalyst that will change. As a young boy, I was called upon by something unexplainable, a feeling in my gut that told me I needed to save the world. I tried to do that in the old world. I tried to take down the powers that be, and I almost succeeded. I've decided to listen to that calling again. This time I will succeed. This facility is mine, or is something. Yeah, maybe mine. The fate of humanity is mine. I must not look back. I must not regret. So I think what he's saying is he tried to hack into this facility in the old days because he wanted to save the world or destroy it, whatever. And now he's going to try it this new way. All right. And he says, my something rule, my inevitable, my inevitable rule or something. Okay. What does he say here? He says, Oswald was the only one who knew me. Oswald was the only one who knew me. Very, very clear confirmation this guy's not Oswald. He's the hacker. Okay, Oswald was the only one who knew me. He was the only one who could see through me. He almost succeeded. Almost, but then the sickness came. He almost succeeded, almost, but then the sickness came. The car crashed. The beasts came. Oswald left me alone. Then I realized I had been Oswald all along. He had been waiting for me. Yeah, okay, so clear confirmation this guy has taken over Oswald's identity, and he's crazy. Day 214, they do not understand the technology they have access to. The creator works her... The creator wastes her time with it. They try to deal with that which they cannot begin to comprehend. I do not attempt to grapple with these thoughts, those thoughts, those incomprehensible feelings. I let them take over me and flow from me. And then she is proof. Everyone had plans for themselves. I had my own unprecedented narrative structure. No need to follow everyone else's. We all know how stories end. Death is predictable. Setup, rising, action, climax, resolution. And here this says, previous attacks on NACS facility were not in vain. Once I found Patricia, I knew there would be no stopping me. Okay, so again, more clues that this guy is the hacker. The original hacker, and he's taken over the identity of Oswald, so Jonathan was 100% right. What makes me superior is my command of my own narrative, my conflict, my resolution, the turning of an erratic structure, the sudden shock of fear and pain at the end of everyone's story will not be like my own. Patricia is without purpose until I reach her. I will give her the purpose she has always desired, destined for. She's the story, the cradle, the crux. This will take time. Day 67. The invaders and I are one and the same. I want what they have, the whole planet on lockdown. I will be as they are. I will become the undefinable. He's clearly losing his mind. Day 678. What we're up against, an abstract idea of a threat, a virus we cannot see, creatures that should not exist. These beasts may not be beasts at all. They are the void calling us home. The darkness has infected their minds. Only I can see them clearly. Fate has inoculated me against their violent influence. And here he's written the chinses of the, is it G-E-N? Gen. Not sure what that word is. Maybe the chat can figure it out. The world, not day 985, the world as we know it is pain. It's a cold, dark place. We may save a town from flood, yet we do not see the whole world drowning. And then he says, SUNIVOL. SUNIVOL. Something she is. I don't know why it's so hard to read these words back and forth. Hopefully the chat can figure out what these words are. Day 1001. I will inject myself into everything that is. I will be everywhere. It'll be through me that you will begin to see what humanity is truly capable of. And for this, I used Patricia. 1443. I no longer doubt myself. I will lead us into a new age. No longer will we have to suffer through Patricia as Patricia. We will all be me. We will be the masters of our end. And then he's got some code that we think is probably the ASCII code. Patricia and I will be as one. And here he's written maybe these are encrypted. Oh, he started writing them upside down. That's what it is. Key to one. Key to one. Is this upside down too? Survival, she is backwards and ups. No, that's not. That's just backwards. Maybe this is survival. This one here looks like it's upside down though. But not this part. Maybe this is an upside down. Maybe this is... Okay, day 1446. The void itself is not evil. Rather, the concept of evil does not apply. The creatures, these creatures, this call of the void we have been listening to for far too long, are not what we should fear. We should fear nothing. They will see what I mean. They will see what I mean. And he started to write and go crazy. 1828. I approached Persephone. She was getting too loud. She was breaking the narrative. It was inevitable that it should end this way. A downfall fit for an insect from an insignificant piece of tech. So I helped her. I helped her with what she wanted. Persephone, thank you. If you had survived, no one would have stayed. They'd gladly go out there and die like cattle to slaughter. They would not have understood, not that I am their only hope. Switching remotes was too easy. I already had access to perimeter CCTV. I watched carefully. If I had a choice, it would have been a difficult one, but she left me with none. Fate guided my hand. The remote turned on. They dragged her kicking and screaming across the grass, staining it forever. Then they became bored quickly. They're smart, you see. I had to make sure her lies would never pass her lips. I felt bad, truly, but I felt immense joy that I had prevented the absolute decimation of the human race. I am finally the savior always knew I would become. And then he's got her the chip on the emitter that he's written, thank you. He's got some technological, it's like some techno-religion weirdness. Day 1847. This is after she's dead. Not quite current day. The door was always meant to be locked, and only I will have the key. And those who deny my destiny will join their families and friends in the dead room. And then it says, Patricia is the... And that is why I must do more. 1851. The creator and the conspirator are in my way. He's talking about Layla and Alosha, the creator and the conspirator. He says, I'll knock all the pieces off the board. We're starting over. And here he writes, the creator and the conspirator creator and the conspirator, the creator and the conspirator, the creator and the conspirator. He's just writing it over and over again. And then he's got a whole bunch in this possible ASCII code. And then he says tick, 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 which I think is his word for meaning a Caesar shift of 3. He's using different codes. I became what they wanted me to be. Oh no, this is the end, I guess. Tick, tick, tick. That's the end of our document. What does it say here on this side? If I do not succumb, the Patricia virus will. The Patricia virus will. If I do not succeed, the Patricia virus will. Okay, so I think where he's letting on that he's planting code into Patricia that's going to kill off everyone even if someone stops him. So presumably that code is already in the system and could kill everyone here. Messiah, complex lunatic. Jonathan says, I think these Patricia messages link together going backwards. So something like Patricia is the key to one's survival. Groot says, I was just about to say the dead room sounds like I noticed a dead room on the map. And it's tricky. It's a weird thing mechanically. Let me just explain. I think the suggestion here is that maybe we could use a password in that other security camera screen, but that security camera screen was only accessible once we got into Alosha's data cache from a previous day. That data cache doesn't exist for today. So I think it's something else, but we need to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, so they've captured Oswald. It's clear from his diaries that he has a kind of messianic, insane mental breakdown. It's clear also that Jonathan Warner's theory that he has taken the identity of the FBI agent is true, and he's always... So we're dealing with the original hacker who is mentally disturbed. And we know he's planted inside the AI here, Patricia, some sort of virus, computer virus, that is going to kill off everyone. What we don't know, what we suspect, what I think is that we're going to have to log into his account. And from his account, we'll be able to gain access and try to manipulate Patricia. I suspect that means that what we're looking for in his notes is a password to his login, not to a secret cache, but rather what I suspect, could be wrong, there could be a hidden link. Normally what we've been doing is clicking around, finding a hidden link. But I think now what we're meant to do is actually log in to this account, log into the intranet here at this facility with not C117, but A007. However, we don't know his password. So now going back to here. Okay, so, but that's for later. We will eventually... We're not going to worry about trying to decrypt this stuff ourselves. We're going to... we are going to read, since we basically know the various ways that codes have been used in this game, we're just going to read the recap for them. I suspect it's only when we get into his account that we will use this and the sliding puzzle to try to stop the virus. So, but before we go and read this, we have the forum to read, and we also have Jonathan's comment about the linking of the backwards words. So let me see what Jonathan is saying. Jonathan says, the little fragment messages Patricia written backwards, I think they go from end to front. Okay, let's see if that's true. So Patricia is the, and then he's got another thing here. If I do not succumb, the Patricia virus will. Patricia is the, so I'm reading from back to front. Patricia is the, nothing here. Did we read this? Yes, we did. Where is his next backwards message about Patricia? Patricia, okay, so Patricia is the, is the one to, I asked for help solving that. No one seems to have said anything. Okay. Patricia is the one to This says survival. She is... This, I thought, might just be upside down. Key to 1, but that doesn't say 1 if it's upside down. I don't know how to make sense of that. I really would love... Jonathan says, is the key to 1's, but then it's not in reverse anymore. Oh, yet it's something. Maybe he's just sometimes using upside down. Key to 1 survival? Not the key to 1 survival. Key to 1 survival. She is the... What did we say that said? She is the... something of... Geheziz of... our... She is proof of my inevitable rule. She is proof of my inevitable rule, and this is... R-E... Okay. So it just sounds like nonsense, and let's just proceed. Let's proceed with the... We'll read the forum, and then we'll read how the recap decodes these secret messages. Okay, so we read this one. This is Matthias trying to convince everyone to vote for the lockdown. Next note is about... Imagine if the lock-in had been initiated before we realized what Counselor Oswald had done. We'd all be stuck down here with a murderer and no way out. I used to be pretty staunchly in favor of the lock-in, but this is giving me some serious second thoughts. Hell, maybe the exact same kind of trouble will happen with whoever ends up replacing Oswald. We can't have a system in place that locks us in with the people who control us. We need to have a way to escape if things go really wrong. Says user D27. D40. Oh, sorry. We got to check out comments. Okay, so there was a comment on Matthias' post that says, I did not leave anything off my list, Counselor Lind. The council's already discussed this matter and decided on a course of action. I am locking the comments. Okay, and then here's the person who says we can't be locked in with the people who rule us. The comments are, oh, please, one murderous human is nothing compared to the monsters on the surface. Oswald is safely in custody right now. Get an extraterrestrial in custody without sacrificing upwards of 10 people, and then we'll talk. Plus, people are conveniently forgetting Oswald's only crime was pushing a button. The aliens were the ones that actually did those horrific things to B005, Persephone. The 40 says, Counselor Oswald knew we had forgotten the dangers of the surface. After spending years down here safe and sound, he risked exile to remind us why we can't go back up there. He's a hero. Oh my God. Hero, are you serious? He's a murderer. The aliens are terrifying, but they're creatures of instinct. He knew what he did was wrong. That makes him the real monster in my book. D65 says he sacrificed one person for the good of many. That's the exact kind of difficult call that leaders are supposed to make. Hopefully his successor is able to do the same. Yikes. D48 says, is what Matthias said true? Why won't plants grow outside anymore? Will that affect our food supply here? We deserve to know what's happening to our planet. Here's user D58 saying, have we all lost... Sorry, comments for the first one. Here's Layla saying, unfortunately, we don't have answers for you, which is why most of the council wanted to stay quiet about this. What I can say is B6 and 12 are looking into it. As soon as they have information, we will pass it along to you. We will not be taking further comments at this time. So this was in response to why are plants not growing outside. Council doesn't know. Next post, what's happening to us? Have we all lost our minds? One of our leaders killed a member of this community. The others are all pushing their own agendas, and we're all wasting our time fighting amongst ourselves. We need to be fighting them. We have to show them we aren't going to be manipulated like this. We need to set aside our petty differences and present a unified front against this tyranny. T83 says, that's all well and good. We still need a decision about the door, right? The door doesn't matter. It's just a tool they're using to control us. Doesn't matter. How many family members have you lost? How long have you been safe and secure in here? It's a hellscape outside. I watched one loved one after another die, and I will not watch that happen again. We need to lock the doors. B38 says, so you'd rather watch all of us die in here because we can't get the supplies we need. D116 says, I'd rather as many of us live for as long as we can. In here, we'd have years. Out there, we'd have days. Easy call. Day 1853, user D65 says, what's the point of being against the lock-in? I could just reiterate the points of A3's letter, but he's already said it all. The anti-lock-in movement is being selfish and will get us all killed. They want to be heroes and retake Earth. This isn't some movie. This is reality. Going back outside means watching everyone you love die. It's time to accept facts and focus on surviving. And here are the comments. B16 says, but we won't survive locked in down here. 65 says, we'll last a hell of a lot longer down here than we will out there. You might be able to avoid the aliens. Do you think Jeremy can? How would you like to have his mutilated corpse on your conscience? B37 says, leave Jeremy out of this or it won't be his mutilated corpse you need to worry about. D50 says, save the badass act, Jordan. You and your team are delusional if you think any of the rest of us have a chance out there. B37, this is Jordan, the expedition leader, says, call my team delusional again, and I'll show you how much of an act it is. I do like the world building in this game with this forum. Like, these feel like real people arguing, bickering. Okay, here is user B22 saying, I will not die here. I don't care how much bullshit Matthias spews. I'm not dying in this hole. You can all do what you want. You will not seal me into this tomb. User C36 says, don't you think you're overreacting? We're all just trying to stay safe. B22 says, overreacting? Do you people even know what you're suggesting by sealing the doors? This is insanity. C20 says, if wanting to stay alive is insane, I'm happy to be crazy. D47 says, if you don't like it, leave. The rest of us will do what we have to for the good of everyone. Next post. Thank you, Counselor Lind, by user D67 on day 1854. You're hearing sounds, you're saying. You're hearing sounds. You think one of my... You shouldn't... Oh, you're hearing Discord. Okay. I know what to do. We'll just mute. Sorry. Thank you for letting me know. You're hearing Discord. I think Jonathan was saying he's hearing Discord pings from my laptop. Okay, so I've muted the laptop. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't realize that was coming through. Just remind me if I forget to turn audio back on and there's audio to hear. I suppose what I could do is try to mute. There we go. Maybe. It would be better for me to leave audio. It would be better for me to leave audio on the laptop. But mute Discord. There we go. I'm not sure if that did it. Okay, doesn't matter. I'm assuming you're saying that you were hearing it through my laptop. Okay. I just want to say thank you to Counselor Lind for standing up to the rest of the council, telling the rest of us what's really going on. I'm still not sure where I land on the lock-in, but it's nice to know at least one of our leaders wants us to know the truth. D34 says, what are you talking about? Matthias is the one causing all this infighting by advocating for sin. As stated in Genesis 1:26, God gave man dominion over all the earth. By turning our back on it, we embrace the darkness. Preach, my child, says B13, who I think is the sister, the religious zealot. D9 says, after all this insanity with Counselor Oswald, it's reassuring that Counselor Lind is still looking out for us. D67 says, exactly. A proclamation from B13. This is sisters. This is the religious zealot. Members of the elect, do you still doubt? Do you still cower in the shadows of uncertainty? Do you still deny your very natures? We are not insects or dead things. We were meant to feel the sun on our faces. Dwelling in this prison for so long has seeded evil in the hearts of those who swore to lead and protect us. We are ruled by murderers, liars, hypocrites, and their apologists. Those meant to preserve the remnants of human life have used their power to take life. We can no longer rely on them to make the correct moral choices in their leadership. In the darkness of this hollow earth, they have lost sight of their mission. We, the elect, have not lost sight. If they continue to lead us further down into the pit of complacency, we will have no choice but to rise up against their false rulership. I say this not as a threat, But as a solemn vow, I will do all that I can to prevent our fate from being sealed. The doors of this ark will open, and we shall inherit the earth at last. That's what Sister says. It's odd that we're finding ourselves allied with her, even though she seems dangerous to me. Let's read the comments. A4 says, Ada, please, you cannot undermine the democratic process like this. If the council votes in favor of the lock-in, all those who wish to leave will be allowed to do so. You're not going to be a prisoner here. There's no need to issue ultimatums or threats. What reason have you given any of us to believe you, Cyril? This is the psychiatrist talking, and the sister is replying to him. D31 says, the sister has a point. I hope she ends up being the one indicted onto the council. Our current counselors have lied to us so much that honestly I wouldn't be surprised if the door's already been locked for weeks. D110 says, oh my God, you're right. Are we already trapped? Does the air feel thinner to anyone else? I feel like the walls are closing in. B37 says, calm down. Everything's okay. The door isn't locked. And why should we believe you? Oh, come on, Brinkman. What did I ever do to you? This is Jordan, the expedition leader. And D31 says, with the way things are going, probably something horrible I just haven't found out about yet. Harvest season. User B6 says, good day to everyone. Our produce is almost ready. Harvest season will be starting soon. However, I'd like to note this will not mean your rations will increase. The council has made it clear we still need to be careful in maintaining balance. I hope you all understand. C10 says, are you all right, Anto? I haven't seen you in so long. Suddenly you pop up out of your botany lab with dark circles under your eyes. Are you getting enough sleep? I'm fine. Thank you, Faye. Anto, you've let me, Jeff, and Melody into your lab to help less and less, and it's been worrying us. We want to help with whatever it is you're dealing with. I said it's fine, Miss Marshall. I will contact you three when I need assistance, but as of right now, you're to stay away from my lab. What is going on in this botany lab? D21 says, this is bullshit. We were told ration tightening was only temporary. This is even more reason why we shouldn't lock the doors. C36 says, so your reasoning for keeping us exposed to death and destruction, not to mention complete and total extinction, is because you're pissed you can't get a few more carrots in your stew? Get a grip on yourself. Whatever you say, boss, is the reply. These replies are very realistic. Okay, user D100 says, is Patricia okay? A lot has been out of whack lately, and when I ask Patricia what's wrong, her responses are really odd. Is this scheduled maintenance or something? C36 says, yeah, I've been noticing these things too. Has the temperature in anyone else's room been fluctuating? One moment I'm burning up, the next I'm freezing. I know a lot of people's lights have been on the fritz as well. C14 says, it's the noises that get to me the most. I know it's just random feedback from her speaker systems, but I can't help but feel like she's screaming. C113 says, has anyone tried turning her off and then turning her on again? Blood test. This is the last post on day 1857 by user B12. Official announcement. Following the release of new intel, it has come to everyone's attention that we may be immune to the virus. I will be conducting blood tests for everyone's CG content for all willing participants. Time is valuable. Please report to the med bay within the week to make your immunity screening appointment. C53 says, if only Persephone were here to see this. D67 says, come on, none of that. We can't keep dwelling on what could have been or else we'll all go crazy. C53 says, we all grieve in our own way. D92 says, I'm curious, but I don't know if I could go through with a blood test. D67 says, dude, you survived the freaking apocalypse, deadly virus and alien killing machines and all, and you're still afraid of needles? B17 says, will there be lollipops like last time? This is Jeremy. B12 says, you only get one this time. We're running low. All right. So let's check in with the chat. And then I think it's, oh, I guess we could do the blood test since we just read about it. Why are they saying they don't know what's going on outside? Persephone's notes prove the virus is gone and there are pears and other fruits outside as well. Also, they said the aliens eat people, but they didn't eat Persephone, only killed her. That's a good point. And Logan is pointing out that the hacker is messing with the system with the temperatures and stuff and sounds. Okay, let's do this blood test of Oswald. I guess we're going to try to test if he's immune. So what does she say? I quickly swept his comb for skin cells, mixed it in with the solution, take the test strip and dip it in. So I guess you don't need a blood test. Take the blood test. Okay, if it turns red, it's above 50% and not at risk and is likely immune. If the strip turns blue, he is genetically vulnerable. That doesn't mean that the virus is out there. It just means whether he's genetically vulnerable or not. Okay. I've got 2 strips here. Trying to dip it in, but it's too big to dip in. Try it this way. All right, well, it looks like it's turned red to me. Very clearly turned red. Very red. Okay, so let's tear it so it can be reused. Okay, so it's turned red. What does that mean? If it turns red, the patient's CG is above 50 and not at risk and likely immune. So Oswald, or the hacker pretending to be Oswald, is immune from the virus outside. But we think the virus is gone, so I'm not sure what this provides us with, unless we're going to learn something about the real Oswald not being immune. And then that would prove to us that this guy is not Oswald, would it? Or that he acquired immunity? No, this is genetic. Okay, so I don't think that's all that relevant for us at this point. Maybe the game is going to tell us why that matters. Or Layla, the person who asked us to perform this test, is going to tell us. All right, that's that. Jonathan posted the... Is it Jonathan or Logan solved the slider? Let me bring it up here. Okay, Logan solved it. Logan and Dorp both solved it. All right, let us take a look at it. Here it is. Here's the solution. So what is it actually showing us? Is it... We don't know how to use this. So let's consider a couple possibilities. it seems clear that there's a connection to this poster. Let's see, can we do it this way? Okay, so it seems clear there's a connection to this poster. TH1 is here and here. And then we have 51X is all the way down. There's TH1. 51X is here. R7Y is here. So we can see some of these symbols, but we're not sure. 3 words, 3 triplets on the sliding puzzle, and a larger map here. So presumably we're going to get a puzzle that we're going to have to solve at some point using this information. Maybe we're going to be asked what's been changed here, what's wrong here, or something. But the only other alternative for what we could do with this now is if this is somehow part of his password. But it seems unlikely to me. So I think, I mean, you could imagine a world where this is his password, TH1R7Y51X. But then what would we be doing with this? So I think the thing to do is not worry about it at this point, and instead go back to our game. The only other thing we haven't done for this box is to read the official decryption of these messages. So before we read the answers about how to decrypt this, let's make sure we're okay with being told it instead of working on it ourselves. So we've got some text here. But we know what some of the codes he's used before. For example, we know he used an ASCII code with triplets, although these don't look like triplets anymore. But here he goes here. I mean, it's either that he's just reusing his codes, but these aren't triplets. That's what's a little weird. And this is yet a different code. But last time he wrote a code, it was a 3 shift, if you remember from the previous box. We could, just for the fun of it, see if it's a 3 shift again. Three shift forward. That seems like this I has to go to an A, don't you think? That would not be a May 19th? Is that what is that a different shift? Is he giving us a date? What would be a 19 shift? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That wouldn't work. Just trying to think, like, if this is a letter on its own and it's not an A, it has to be if it's not an I, it has to be an A. I H, not sure. Just trying to think if we want to try to work on this in any way before we read the solution. At first I was thinking he's just using the same codes as he did in the message to us before. Now this could also be in reverse, but it's got a period, so I don't think so. If this is a single letter word and it's not an I, doesn't it have to be an A? But then what do we get? Did he use an @bash code? Then the I doesn't turn into an A. Any theories? Doesn't look like it should be backwards because of where the period is. I was alive on May 19, 2012. I'm assuming I'll know it because this has to go to an A, but is there any flaw in that thinking? What is this word? Can we match Watson or Oswald to any of the other encoded words, his names? We don't know the name of the actual hacker. Oh, you're right. We were told at some point he goes by the name of Watson, huh? But if this was Watson, it's an interesting, fun theory. You know it can't be this because of the double J. If Z went to A, though, that would be Watson, but then T and U wouldn't switch. I don't think it's a good guess, though. Hmm. What is he using? What is the code he's using? He's only using it once here. Is he using this code? And then he's going into the numbers. It is odd that he's using this code here. In the previous one, he used a 3 shift, but it was actually kind of convoluted the way it explained it. I feel like it's this May 19, 2012 should be a clue to us. It wouldn't be surprising if Jonathan was right and he was referencing Oswald, but I don't see it. All right, well, since no one has any theory about this, and I don't want to get too hung up on this, we are going to bring up the hints here for episode 4. We're going to put in our code here, and we are going to read the hints for these codes. Okay, password card. We already figured out how to get into that. Right, that was the transverse wave. Okay, now contact letter. She mentions the link to the data cache is no longer in Alocia's hands. Find the data cache and a way to get inside. So I think that's where we're going to try to log in with Oswald's A007. Let's see if we're told about that. The data cache, no. The data cache can be found by going to the personnel files and clicking on the name Shepard Oswald. So it is saying that we don't have to log in as A007, but that if we go to personnel files and we go to Shepard Oswald, which we tried to do, and we looked for a link here, there is none. It's saying that this is a link. So this isn't a link, but this is a link. Okay, so if we click on that, he says, doors open when you connect the dots in unexpected places. Okay, well, that sounds like that might be the blueprint of the chip. Or it could be something else. It's okay. Let's go back. All right, at least we know where to go to put in the password. Okay, here's the puzzle, tile puzzle. The electrical schematics. Parts of the schematics show up certain tiles, but they're out of order. Pay attention to what the schematics say when the tiles are put in order. When the tiles are put in order, it shows how the pathways were rewired. The new flow, TH1 RYX51X, I think that's what we hypothesized it could be, didn't we? We said it could be TH1 R7Y51X, and this seems to say that that is exactly what it is. So he actually guessed that his password might be this. All right, so we were actually right about that guess. I didn't actually think that was going to be right, but that was right. Okay, let's put it in as the password. All right, now we are in Oswald's secret area, or maybe it's Alosha's backdoor cache, but Oswald had it under his protection. So we may have a couple new files here, but I think before we view those, I'm still inclined to want to read the decrypted version of his manifesto. May 19, 2012 is the clue to the type of cipher used in this document. All right, well, we figured that out, but we don't know how to make sense of that. But maybe you turn that into 5/19/2012. I still don't know how we would use that. Let's see. It's a date cipher. First, turn the date into 5/19/2012, then assign each letter of the coded phrase to the digits of the date in order repeating. Okay, so it's basically a Wenger cipher. It's just instead of a keyword being letters, you've got offsets here. I suppose we could have tried that. It's just too much work to try it. But basically what it's saying is if we turn the date to 05/19/2012, we would just keep repeating this 05/19/2012, 05/19/2012, and then underneath it we would write this message IQPLMZUEQGJYAZYYYGRJI, and so on. And then I plus 0 gives us an I. Now we probably should have guessed that this was plus a 0 because it's either A or I. And then Q plus 5, RSTUV. And then P plus 1. And L plus 9. This doesn't seem right, but okay. We're not going to go through it. We're just going to read here. Okay, so if you do that, you get I lock myself up. Is it going backwards? Is that what it is? The Q went backwards 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it went backwards 5 instead of adding 5. Okay, so I lock myself away with perigee. I lock myself away with perigee. Okay, so is but that's not his password. But maybe that's going to be a different password we're going to use. Okay, so I lock myself away with Perigee, Perigee. Can someone look up Perigee? All right, now we're doing more decryption. Perigee is the pass. Whoops, we don't really want it to tell us that. All right, it's okay. We would have guessed that. We want more of his encryptions. Pay attention to the phrase, look at it backwards. This is a clue for how to read other parts of the document. Some of the writing in this manifesto is written backwards, yes. When looked through a mirror and put in order, the message reads, if I do not succeed, the Patricia virus will. Patricia is the key to our survival. She is the genesis of our rebirth. Those are the words we had a hard time reversing. Genesis of our rebirth. She is proof of my inevitable rule. She is the catalyst that will change the world. She is mine. Okay, so I think we did read most of these words backwards. It was only Genesis that was throwing me. Okay, and then we've got duplicate here. There's several strings of numbers that can be decoded in a later episode. Interesting. Okay, vial of solution will reveal information. Okay, I think probably we shouldn't read anymore now. We should go and investigate this and see what we see here. Okay, so I think we're still in Alosha's setup. Personnel file notes. So these are still Alosha's notes, right? Yes, these are still Alosha's notes. So we're not in Oswald notes. We're in Alosha's back door, and we've seen all of this stuff before. Nothing new here. Perigee is the point in the orbit of the moon or satellite at which it is nearest to the Earth. Okay. So apogee and perigee. Apogee must mean furthest away, and perigee is closest. Thank you. All right. So, whoops. So this document we've already seen. The sermon we've already seen. But what's this? The section of Patricia's system code originally pertained to facilities' internal calendar, supposed to track time elapsed since institution of Omega Protocol. Should not have been interfered with since day 0, has been significantly altered multiple times throughout the past 5 years. Last edit to page implemented on day 1816 at 4:53 a.m. Edits originated from my account, but not from me. So this is the hacker Oswald got into Alosha, the cybersecurity guy's account, and did these edits. Let's see what it says. We now no longer have a reliable way of determining how long it's been since day 0. Furthermore, interference in Patricia's system's internal calendar has been adding approximately 10 seconds to the end of each day, progressively making days longer and longer. Current day cycle takes 29 hours to complete instead of 24. Oswald has made seconds crawl by in this place even more slowly than they already did. 1,000 curses, that snake. I will see what I can do to fix it. And here is him trying to fix it. So Patricia, the AI, is rejecting attempts to fix her. And then we've got some binary here. And we've got some code. This looks like C++ code where we've got the variable type here. This is a long integer. It's just nonsense code though. I wonder if we might try transcribing this though. Password to private data cache automatically reset. I'm just going to copy this little bit of binary code. I don't know. Do we want to binary to text? Let's try that. The clock is past midnight. Okay, that could be a passphrase for us. The clock is past midnight. This looks like a reset. If we look at that, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm trying to remember there. Okay. Password to private data cache automatically reset. And then this says the clock is past midnight. So maybe we're going to be able to get into something with that new password. And this is just nonsense code. Okay, let's see what else we got. So that's what we were looking at here. What about this terminal? This is the same thing we saw before. Text made by individual using the moniker Watson. Everything is redacted. We don't know. There's no point putting in anything here. The clock is past midnight. Nothing happens whatever we put in here. We have no idea why there's an input here. I don't follow exactly what the implication is practically. Like, are they living on a slowed down clock now? If that's the case, they get some extra sleep and rest and recreation during slowed down rest periods. Yeah, I don't, it's not really clear why he was doing this either. Only that the true number of days that have passed is wrong. So when you look at any clock or calendar in the facility, it's not accurate. But we don't know what the ramifications are. We haven't seen anything that would make that matter. Now, case file. I think there's new files here too. So this was the picture of the outside of her death. This was the schematics for those transmitters. This was the surveillance camera that we can't see, but these are new, right? What's this? Ah, this is exactly what we hypothesized, right? We said, why are we doing this immunity test for Oswald? And what we're going to find out now is the proof that it's not Oswald. So look, Oswald, age 34, they just did a test for Huntington's disease, and what did they find? He's got a CG of 45. In other words, he's not immune the way this person is. He's got low CG, whereas the person in custody who's pretending to be Oswald has high CG. And you can't fake it. You can't change it. This is just a test of your genes. So that's it. That's exactly what we thought the game might do to us. All right, so now just proof that he's not that person, which we already knew. Now, what's this environmental report? Council members, over the past several months, I've noticed lower than expected crop yield from our gardens. This isn't unexpected given our heavy use of the soil. Normally, this issue can be resolved by requesting that Jordan Kim bring in new soil from outside. However, this most recent course of action hasn't been as effective as it has in the past. I asked Dr. Thomas to look into this. Is he the guy who's not letting people into his lab? By running a series of analytical tests on the soil, the results she came back with are extremely alarming. Now we're finding out why the soil is not growing plants the way it used to. What are we going to find here? These results show the soil outside the facility has drastically changed over the last 5 years. Crucial elements for plant growth, like potassium and phosphorus, are barely within ideal levels, while heavier metals such as copper and zinc are well above the range. I do not know the cause, but it makes our chances of growing food outside of this facility very low. I'm hoping with the implementation of a more thorough crop rotation and composting plan, I'll be able to stabilize our internal ecosystem to ensure we will still be able to feed our community. I'll begin drafting and implementing these new plans immediately, provide you with a progress report and projections within the next few weeks. So it's getting, well, this is a weird situation. Nitrogen is too high. It dips down a little and then it goes up here. Potassium is just barely creeping in. Phosphorus, barely minimum. Calcium, way too high. Magnesium, just a little bit too high. Manganese, too high. Copper, too high. Zinc, too high. Copper and zinc are well above range. Crucial elements like potassium and phosphorus are barely within. Yeah, okay. So no one knows why. This isn't something that the hacker could do, right? This is soil from the outside that's being analyzed. Unless the hacker is messing with the results. That's possible, right? It's possible that the computer analysis at the lab might be returning fake results, but I don't think these probably aren't computer results. They're probably like the strip test results that would be very hard for a computer to mess with, but we don't know. We don't know. All right, the TSS file we already saw. The virus report we already read. The records here we already read. We don't know really the significance of them, though, other than to prove that someone's logging in with Alocia's password. And here we have this again. Now, we know the room of our guy. What was the password to his room before? It was like 1439. That's what gave us the video showing that our guy who's pretending to be Oswald has the remote for Persephone. But we do have this new password, Perigi. But he's not using Perigi for this. No, these won't even let us put anything in them. He said the code to lock him up, I should have written it down, what he actually wrote, but I mean, we don't have a jail, and even if we did, why would we surely wouldn't want to let him out. What does communication give us? This is Alosha's report. So I wonder if we're done here. I wonder if we're done. Outside was all too high. The heavy metals were too high, and the other ones were just barely enough. So we've got two potential passwords. Let me reread that part. Look at this. Now it's lost it. We seem to have lost access. Because of some bad design here. We would need to go back. I was just trying to find where the Perigi note was. Perhaps we can do this another time. Okay, I think maybe it's time for us to go back to the recap and look for if there's anything else we're supposed to do in this mission. It feels like maybe we've got the proof we need that Oswald isn't Oswald, and that might be the end of the mission. I'm being reminded to go back to the letter to see what we're supposed to do. We can get one step if we can figure out what he's done. Uncover the terrible things Oswald has done and what he's hiding. Okay, so what he's hiding is that he's not Oswald. And we know what he's done. He's planted a virus in there. And he's done something with the time thing. So I think we are probably done with this box. But we'll go to the recap to make sure. But first, let's take our second break. I'm inclined to do the fifth and final box now. Give some thought if you're up for that here in the channel. When we come back, we'll make our decision. We're back. YouTube says 12 viewers, 6 likes. The group has decided to continue to the next box. Remember that we can't actually use the official Patricia system to submit our answers because that part of the website is broken. But what we can do is go back to the recap and see if there's anything else we haven't done. Okay, so I lock myself away with perigee. In fact, I want to write down that phrase. I lock myself away with perigee. So he's using that password to lock myself away. I'm not sure what that means, but it seems like it's saying we can use it with something this episode. Is that an encryption key that he's using? But it says with a web element. It's a little strange, huh? Any theories about I lock myself away? It's almost like he's talking about one of these rooms. Were we told? What were we told about the dread room? He mentions that, right? We thought he said dead room. He said Dread Room. Now, clicking on this, it says access denied, but actually, I'm not convinced we're actually in the right page, right login. This is a flaw in this system. I'm going to reload this. I'm going to make sure we're in the page that we should be in here. So we realized you could click on his name. And then this was the screenshot from the Discord. TH1R7Y51X. TH1R7Y51X. That gets us into the facility map. No, Dread Room we still can't click on. I was trying to think, like, were we told? Were we told where? Why are there typos here? Council Lounge. Dread Room. I thought we were just told he was in some council room, but not told any more details. He's locked himself. Okay, if there's no other theory, I'm just going to go back to the recap. Maybe it's trying to give a hint. The link was behind Oswald's name. I don't see it, but that's all right. Let's go back to here. Okay. Consider how this can be used. This is 1B reveal. Perigee is the password to unlock the redacted file. Really? So we looked at the documents. It's the case file. No. It's documents here. No. Terminal. Okay. So I guess what it's saying is these are all redacted, and we talked about why is this here. And we actually tried putting in here the clock is past midnight, but it sounds like it's saying it wants us to type perigee here. Perigee. Enter? That was it. Okay, that's a very badly designed puzzle. But, I mean, all you had to do was say password to to decrypt. If this said in this box, If it was an input that said password to unredact, we would have figured out, okay, that's the password he's probably using. It's this fact that there's just this box here that doesn't seem to have any effect, whatever you type in it. Okay, doesn't matter. That's what it was. Subject belief. So this is the unredacted version of the file that the original Shepard, Oswald, made about the hacker Theodore Markson, which I forgot. We actually did know his name before, and we didn't write it down properly. We remembered Watson was his alias, but we should remember that his actual full name is Theodore Markson. All right, let's read the unredacted version. Subject believed to have orchestrated a series of cyber attacks targeting government surveillance and technology development facilities. Attacks made by individual using the moniker Watson. Early attacks targeted the Department of Homeland Security, Department of State, and Department of Defense. Large amounts of classified information were leaked to the public after each of these breaches. We did figure that out, and we thought, okay, he's not that bad a person, this hacker. He just wants to get information out to the public. More recent attacks targeted facilities involved in artificial intelligence development. No information has been leaked in the aftermath of these breaches. Several days ago, North American Communications surveillance facility was targeted. It is critical that subject is apprehended before any of this data is released. Subject to be taken into custody for immediate questioning. Details: physical description: 5'9", light brown hair, brown eyes. Confidential informant provided evidence subject was the true identity of the cyber terrorist Watson. Successfully able to monitor subjects' online activity for past 8 months. Cyber attack incident report made by official at NACS corresponds with subject's known online activity. So 5'9", light brown hair, brown eyes, and that is going to match what we've got right here. Although we can't see his eye color. Okay. So I think we've figured out the perigee part. I still don't know what about the clock is past midnight, but we'll worry about that later. Let us see if there's anything else here. Clue for how to read other parts of the document. Some of it's backwards. We read all this. Vial of solution. Oswald's greater than 50. He's immune, but this was the part about the vial test strip and the information on the online file. We figured this out, which means he's not this person. And then it's saying, notice the out-of-place elements in this file. This was the file we were looking at where we decoded the clock is past midnight. Patricia's code has been altered, interspersed with numeric binary. Separate the binary numbers from the coding. Use a binary translator. Okay, so it does seem to be saying that there was other binary that I should have been picking up on, not just that initial batch. Okay, let's just see what it says about it. The clock is past midnight, and then there's some more binary in there that says, Patricia and I will reset humanity. What I unravel will never be wound back up. Patricia and I will reset humanity. And then this is just telling us what we should have put into Patricia to tell her to give the answer. Okay, so we are done with this box. However, it does say that these codes can't yet be decoded. It was telling us that's for later, so we'll keep this handy. And let's put away this box, and we will open up the final box. That's what the group has decided to do. What was this for? We didn't use this. I'm going to leave this out. All right. Final box for the finale. Maybe he released the virus to reset humanity. I don't think he can create this virus, but he could be doing something with the soil. All right, what have we got here in our final box? A very weird, creepy looking envelope. All right. What? It's a full stopwatch. A full water-resistant, lapse, complicated stopwatch. Look at this. Look at this craziness. It's been in this box, counting down. There's no on-off switch. There's no battery compartment that's easily accessed. I mean, surely there is a battery, but we'd have to take all these screws off. And look at what this says here. It just says, said number 36. Can you see that? What kind of insanity is that? ... said number 36. And then here we have a little dial pointing to a 7. Now that is weird. That is weird. With some paracord here. Doesn't seem to be hiding anything. All right, that's pretty darn weird. Now, what is this? I'm almost scared to open it. Oh, you know what it is? It's one of these little escape boxes. Maze, 3D maze, where you've got to figure it out to open it up. That could be painful for all of us. So it's like there are little teeth in here. And so to get this all the way unlocked, you've got to figure out how to go down the maze without being able to see it. Okay, well, we will work on that later. You may just be sitting and watching me for an hour try to do that. Okay, we've got some very intriguing stuff here. Oh yeah, look at that, the bloody FBI badge. The bloody FBI badge for when this hacker killed Oswald. Or Oswald died, or the real Oswald died of the plague virus. Okay, here we go. A117. I've locked myself in the server room until Patricia is back to her normal self. I wish I could talk to you face to face, but for now, letters will have to do. As you may be aware by now, Alosha and I recommended you to the council and made our case. This is what we thought might happen. We have accepted the new position on your behalf. Before we get into the issue of the lock-in vote, I'd just like to say, despite the long, bumpy road that led us here, I'm proud of what we were able to accomplish together. We were able to exile Theodore Markson. I'm proud of what we were able to do. We exiled Theodore Markson. It's so strange to call him by a different name. I can't believe he was able to trick me like that for years. Even more impressive, he was able to pull the wool over Alosha's eyes. Oswald, as I knew him, seemed like a genuinely decent guy, if not a bit socially awkward. Feels like I've lost a friend. But we're not out of the woods just yet. Markson has left a long-lasting impression on this facility, not only with its residents, but also with Patricia. My Patricia is still infected and dysfunctional. In order to get to the truth of the matter, I sent you everything that was left behind of Markson's personal effects. There were a few things on his desk arranged neatly. The FBI badge he stole from Oswald, his stopwatch, and a cylindrical object he made Patricia print out for him a little while back. I have no idea what that object could be. Additionally, a new protected file has cropped up on the data cache marked restricted. Alosha claims it's not his. I suspect Markson left one last message or one last-ditch effort to ruin us. Find out what it is and who put it there. We will no longer be controlled by a madman. I sent a message to every resident in this facility showing where and how to access Alosha's data cache. Finally, we have the evidence we need to change their minds about the lock-in. Take a look at all we've accomplished together. We have the truth, and now so do they. We have accumulated a few new pieces of information, mainly Simone's input on Persephone's findings and Anto's reports on the sustainability of the facility. I commend those two for their hard work, long hours, and concern for our residents. Jordan's decision tells another story. All the more reason to keep our doors unlocked, or else we risk losing even more highly skilled people. Then it looks like maybe there's a line that got messed up. No, it's just a paragraph break. There's still mounting pressure on the council to hold the lock-in vote. Even with everything revealed, there are those who cling too strongly to their fears. Markson successfully gained support for his cause, and now Matthias carries the torch. Cyril may have come to terms with the exile after Markson's true identity was revealed. However, convincing Cyril to vote no on the lock-in is an entirely different matter. He's a smart man, but he doesn't see eye to eye with us on many things. Unfortunately, he's kept his feelings about the lock-in vote close to his chest until now, so it looks like you will be our deciding vote. Most council votes have already taken place, but when I checked on your access permissions, it looks like you are locked out of the vote page. This was to be Oswald's vote after all. Even from outside, Markson is still criffing with us. I'm sure if we can find a way to fix Patricia... Why is this criffing with us? I'm sure we can find a way to fix Patricia. You will be able to unlock the page for yourself. This might be for the best in any case. We could have ended up locking the doors on ourselves indefinitely without Patricia functioning properly, and it would have cost us dearly. We still have some control over the NACS intranet system, but Patricia controls communications both inside and outside the base, eavesdrops on alien chatter and whereabouts, and shields us from alien technology, along with a few other facility functions like lights and heat. It's imperative that we fix her. No need to contact me through a secure line any further, counselor. Follow the evidence and do what feels right. I'll be waiting for your vote. We're all counting on you. Looks like we're going to be able to make a final vote, too. I don't think Jordan left. I think maybe Jordan... It says Jordan's decision tells another story. Maybe she said she was going to leave if we try to lock it down. Or maybe she left. I don't know. Maybe we'll read that. Okay. Attention residents of NACS, the council has come to a decision of what will be done with former councilor Shepard Oswald, whose true identity is Theodore Markson. Theodore Markson is found guilty of the following crimes: carrying out a cyber attack against NACS prior to the invasion, conspiring to undermine the integrity of the council's vote, impersonating a federal agent, infecting Patricia with malicious viral code, and murdering Persephone Grace. NACS does not have the capabilities to carry out a long-term incarceration. Theodore Markson has shown himself to be a threat to the entire community as long as he stays within our walls. The council will not set a precedent for internal capital punishment. That leaves exile from the facility as the only remaining option. No, you should kill him. You should just kill him. You can't put this guy outside. The harm he could do, he's too dangerous. He's just got to be killed. Markson has been removed from the facility and banished from ever returning. Should the doors remain open, the expedition team has been granted permission to treat Markson as a hostile should they see fit. Yeah, no, you just got to kill him. You can't be messing around like this when you're dealing with this kind of risks. Just take him in the back and put a bullet in his head. Despite Markson's interference, the lock-in vote will proceed as expected. The council hopes the rest of the community will join us in putting this horrific experience behind us and focusing on the future of the facility. This message was sponsored by the remaining 4 members of the council. Okay, pretty cool poster. Now, we don't have a new password key unless it's in here. I don't know what this is. It's not mentioned. Is it the solution? Let's keep reading. Contact letter. Password card. Oh, there should be a password card. Council orientation, PIN, vote reminder, exile notice. Oh, there should be a password card. Maybe it's in here. Oh, it is in here. Huh. That's interesting. Why is it in here? So we have a pin, an NACS pin. A new password card. A117. Oh, look, we've been upgraded to A117. And from C117 to A117. We're now a council member. As a council member, you've been granted access to the voting module in the council portal. We appreciate your participation in the decisions that shape our world. Please log into your council portal. Voting is mandatory. So it looks like we are going to be able to vote with our new promotion, and that's going to be maybe the last thing we decide. Now, what is this Omega protocol? Oh, this is welcoming us to council. To our nearest member, welcome. You're now a member of the council. Your designation has been upgraded from C117 to A117. You have been voted in by the majority of the council members. And then what does this text at the bottom, handwritten, say? And they speak very highly of you. So I guess this is Layla probably writing her hand comments on here. To minimize conflict, we ask that you continue to adhere to these rules and regulations. Work assignments are not optional. Food and water consumption rations. Strict adherence to shower schedule. Failure to comply will give you a probationary period. Then you're going to be shadowed. And if you still need to be punished, you'll be sent in with periods of solitary confinement and expulsion, but the word expulsions have been crossed out, and handwritten in is, I do not foresee the doors remaining open. Therefore, expulsion will no longer be a form of punishment used by the council. We will convene after the lock-in protocol to discuss alternatives. However, as a new member of the council, you're now granted the permission to act on the good of the facility, including the expedited sleeping quarter assignment to room 105A. We are now in 105A. The permission to trade food items among other council members and the responsibility to vote on facility proposals. You now have access to secure sections of the facility. However, access to the server room remains limited to A001 and 002. Okay. Your council membership is for life, and then it's got crossed out or until the crisis has passed. Should you need assistance or have any questions or comments, please feel free to contact me. We look forward to seeing you at our next meeting. And now we see who's been writing us notes. It's A004, the psychologist. So the psychologist thinks that we're gonna lock in. Remember, it said we're not sure how he's gonna vote. Seems like now we do know how he's gonna vote, because he thinks that we're gonna lock down. And then he's written one last little comment here. P.S. Apparently the system has been stating New Omega Protocol erroneously. With your help at the helm, I'm positive we will get this ship back up and running smoothly. Yeah, what is the New Omega Protocol? That's a little scary. All right, well, let's read these last two things and then we'll sign in. It seems like we were given Oswald's room, yes. Okay, so this is a note from Jordan Kim. I think maybe Jordan Kim has left. Let's see. I'd been hoping it wouldn't come to this. Hatred and suspicion have consumed this place. An innocent person is dead. Very little ties me here anymore. Even if the doors stay open, I can't live like this. Jordan continues. So that's why myself and several other residents are leaving. Understand that it's the council's wish we leave quietly and empty-handed. Personally, I think we deserve better. Perhaps a going-away party. Least anyone could do. It isn't fair, but nothing is. Earth is broken. Nobody's taking steps to salvage it. Someone needs to retake the surface, and I'm tired of waiting around for permission that will never come. Just know I don't have any ill will toward any of you, only disappointment. I know a lot of you are worried about this place, and you're right to be. Not enough people are saying it. A lock-in means someday, soon, you'll die hungry in the dark. Make no mistake, I understand your fear of the surface. Eventually, though, I believe it's going to get better up there. Only the threat of the virus prevents me from doing, only the threat of the virus prevented me from doing this earlier. No amount of security is worth living under constant surveillance. So there it is. Until next time, everyone, Remember the good times we had. Forget all the times Jeremy obliterated me at chess. And when you think of me, picture me looking up at the stars. Clear skies are all I want anymore, even if I won't last long under them. Jordan Kim. P.S. I see this as a chance to start over. Beginnings are what matter the most. Okay, I don't think there's any puzzle or encryption in here. It's just a little message. Beginnings are what matter the most. Unless, is there any chance? Let's just make sure she didn't sneak in a message. I don't think so. All right, now what is this? We've got another blueprint, another schematic that looks like pure nonsense, craziness. And what's on this side? Residents of NACS, against the recommendations of my fellow counselors, I'm publicly posting the findings of my investigation of Persephone Grace's death in complete, unimpeded detail, regardless of the panic it might cause. Residents of NACS deserve to be fully informed. To access corroborating documents, consult my personnel file. The man known as Counselor Oswald is an imposter. He is the cyber terrorist Theodore Markson. Markson attempted to hack NACS before day zero in order to collect classified information. He discovered the Omega Protocol was being initiated. The real agent Oswald found and arrested Markson, but unfortunately Oswald expired during the invasion. Markson stole his identity and entered NACS. His plot was to seal us all in via lock-in in order to solidify his power over what remains of humanity. Persephone Grace was correct in her theory that the virus is no longer active. She could have swayed certain counselors against the lock-in had she proven her assertion. Markson planted a ULF emitter on her as she left the base. Extraterrestrials were attracted to her position by its activation and killed her. Markson has also been hacking into Patricia over the past several years. Patricia has been compromised, and I have yet to undo his damage. Additionally, the soil, both internal and external to the facility, has been degrading throughout this debacle. The lock-in debate has blinded us to these larger issues. We can't allow it to do so any longer. Counselor Layla Woods, designation A001. All right. So the most important thing I think for us to have handy is the reminder of what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be voting, but we also have to get in and fix Patricia. And perhaps if we can unlock this item that was on Oswald's desk, then we can find something he's hidden, perhaps a password key or something. All right, so how does this work? I wonder if this is a ball bearing that we have to deal with. So there's lots of these little puzzle boxes, and this is one of these kind where there's little nubs here that have to be passed through this lock, but you can see how it might, you might have to go like down and then up. It's not a simple matter of, like, I can't go any further up. I'm pulling I can't go any further up no matter where I turn it. So we're going to have to go down and then up. But we don't know. Down. It would be better if I could see through this. Let me see if we can cheat this in some way. Let me just see. Is it possible to put enough light on this to see where the internal nubs are? Not really. You can certainly get good at this. Okay, so I can see there is actually a little nub right there. That's huge. Let me see if there's any more. Okay, so I can see there's a little nub right here. You can actually, if you look real closely, you can see a little dot there. Maybe if I zoom in enough. Can you see the little dot right there? So just a little bit of a marked indentation. So in other words, when I can't go up any higher, it's because this, well, there may be more of them here. Maybe I could look for them. But this dot, this little nub, which is there. Can you see it? There you go. You can see it now. So when I can't go up anymore, it's because there's a horizontal piece like this blocking it. So because I can't turn it here, what I'm going to have to do is bring this on a path. So I'm going to have to go down. Oops. I'm going to have to go down. And I think I'm going to have to bring that little nub down here and then around and up somewhere else. So I think I have to go down, down all the way, and then go up somewhere else. Okay, so now we're hit on another horizontal line, but I could sneak in here and then down and then this way and then up. And now can I sneak this way? Yes, but I can't. I'm trying to pull it. I can't go further, but I could sneak up here. Let's try going down and then in here and up. Oh, okay. All right, now I've hit another thing and I can't pull it and I can't turn it. So I'm going to have to go down, but I could go in here or I could go this way. Let's try going this way. Can I go up? Okay, we're up here, but I can't turn. So that didn't work. So we got to go down. I wonder if I have to go down into here, back down here, and up, and up. Is this where we were before? Okay, but now I'm at a new place. I think if there's the nub, I think maybe I can go down in here, turn down, right, left. Okay. So we've hit another place where I can't pull. I can't pull. What can I do? I've come up here, so I could go into here, down, up, down. Okay. That looks like a dead end. I can't go left. I can't go up. So that looks very promising, but that's a dead end. So there's our piece. So I'm going to have to go all the way back, down. Okay, so we're almost out. All right, let's see what we got here. Here's our little, look how far out we are. Okay, so here's our little nub right there. Feels like I'm almost out. All right, but I can't get out. And how am I going down? I see. Feels like this is actually should be done, but it's not. Okay, so I can go down and should be able to go. I feel like I'm trying to twist it out, but I feel like it's kind of out. Kind of weird. Because it's letting me go down. Maybe I've got the location wrong. Where was my spot? Here, surely. Yeah, okay, sorry. So maybe I just got the alignment wrong. Okay, so here's where we are. I can't go up but I can turn. I can turn to this. Okay, so I'm gonna have to try to get out of here. So can't go up any higher, but I can go down into this groove and then down into the groove and then come up to this one. No, okay. All right, let's try again. So I have to go down. I'm gonna have to go down around this way, I think. Wow, okay, that's a lot of extra stuff. But I don't see how else to do it. All right, so I'm gonna go down, down, left. Guess I go down more. Wow, I have to go. I'm undoing a lot of work we did. Down in here. Now I'm stuck again, but worse than before. I'm hesitant to undo everything. Okay, I'm right here. Looks like I can go down. I'm undoing. Surely this is the solution. Feels like we're out. Feels like we're out. Oh, maybe, I wonder if I can get the thing to come out. It's either we're at a false solution or there's something I'm not quite getting. It almost feels like so. There is the nub, but I can't turn more this way, but I can turn more this way. So if I can't go up, where else can I get to? Here? This looks like maybe what we should be going for. That's the only other place, right? Okay, so this is where we've got to go, and we are here. So I've got to get to this spot, which looks like it's... I mean, ideally, I would just draw on this. Like down here. Down here. I need to remember where we are. It's a little hard to keep track. Okay, so we're here. That's where our stopper is. So I've got to make that stopper go around all the way. It looks like we're just in a trap. So actually I have to go all the way. It's like I have to undo everything. I feel like I have to undo everything, that we're in a trap. I really don't want. I don't want to redo everything, but it sure seems like I have to. Okay, but I'm okay with doing that as long as I can mark it so I don't have to guess. Like we know we want to come here. And because of that, we know we need to come down here. And therefore come through here, 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 here. Okay, so this is the path we need to get to. I mean, I'll try to keep my hand on it while I undo everything, but I don't like, okay, that's all right. I don't mind. I don't really want to go through this, to be honest. I don't want to have to play this game of going back. All right, I just have to relax. Okay, well. Here's the problem I'm facing. Here's the problem I'm facing. What I don't want to do is retrace all the steps and then lose track of where I want to go and do this all over again and get back to the exact same place. I can give you what's inside if you want. Yes, just give me what's inside. Give me what's inside. I mean, if I was sitting on the couch doing this while watching a 2-hour movie, it would be fine. But I don't want to sit on a live stream doing this again and again and again. Like I can do the logic of it, like you watched me do it and explain it. But if I take my hand off this for a second and forget where we're trying to go on the second time through, boy, I'll bet some people love this, though. I'll bet some people love this. Okay, I'm waiting. A piece of paper that has a number on it. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I am sorry that you all couldn't have the enjoyment of watching that come off. You watched it go to the very end, but it was a false path. If we had guessed lucky, we would have gotten it out. Maybe I can play with it later. But I've already now lost the position where it's supposed to go, and so it would just be guessing all over again. Okay. 647793158. Logan says, it took me some time. I enjoyed doing it. You did have to track back. I'm not on camera though. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I can see how it might be a fun little puzzle. It's just... I'll go back one. I'm willing to go back once, but I don't want to keep going back. Okay. Okay, Jesse, stop. Okay, there's our number in a piece of paper that's wrapped up in there. I got to put this down or I'm going to drive myself crazy. All right, so if you had to guess, you might guess that this number is... I don't know why that camera's out of focus. You might guess that this number is perhaps related to the encrypted notes. But I guess we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's use this to log in. So remember that how we're doing this. This is a shift backwards 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, come on, guys. All right, let's do our decoding here. Is there a better way to do this? I feel like I got to be careful because this is our final box. We had a good time, but the chance of getting frustrated here are very high. A, L, A, N, Y goes to T, Z goes to U, W goes to R, N. I feel like I might have already done something wrong. F goes to A, Q goes to L, F goes to A, S goes to N, Y goes to T, Z goes to U, W goes to R, N goes to I, S goes to N. Oh, it's Alan Turing. Okay. Alan Turing, very famous person in the history of mathematics, but more specifically encryption. Okay, let us log in to the website. Okay, but now we're A117, right? And Alan Turing is our login. And here we are, we're in. Now, maybe Patricia will talk to us now. All right, let's see. So we're going to have more forum, more polls. Let's see what happens if we click poll. Here's his straw poll. Looks like it's not yet. Look at this terrible. Okay, let's try getting rid of this. All right, just this bad interface. Okay, it's essentially tied now, 50-50. Remember, this is just the public opinion. This isn't the council voting. Council is going to vote. Okay, then we've got forum posts where here was our last post on the forum before. So everything above this is new. Okay. There's no real choice, says user D102. We're letting all this nonsense about murdering council members and viruses distract us from the one and only thing that we know for sure. It's dangerous up there. It's not perfect down here, but it's objectively safer. Some people here won't accept that. Some of them are people I care very much about, smart and kind people who just happen not to see reason. If they insist on leaving, I can't stop them, but I'll miss them very much. Says D102. D64 says, I'll miss you too, Joanne. I hope you don't end up getting locked up down here. I hope we'll see each other again someday down the line. 102 says, you know how I feel about that. The doors locking is the only way to make sure aliens don't find their way down here. We need to wipe out the temptation to throw them open. Next thread, we have no idea what day it is, says user D28. Is anyone else freaking out that we have no idea what day it is? I know the trader's gone, but the damage is already done. We've been living with 30-hour days. How long has this been going on? How many days have we lost? We no longer have any connection to our own pasts because we can't say for sure when things even happened anymore. D49 says, does it really matter? Once the lock-in passes, you're never going back to the surface again. Our records will be our own, and who cares what arbitrary length of time a day is outside our walls? Who cares? I do. If we don't even know how long a day is, how can we be sure anything is real? I prefer not to think about it. It makes my head hurt. Comment, user 68 says, C68 says, the expedition team had a hunch something was up. Our logs of sunrise and sunset always seemed off. It didn't seem overly important at the time. Damn, were we wrong. You knew and didn't say anything? What the hell is wrong with you all? I've always thought the expedition team were a bunch of elitist jerks. Thanks for proving me right. D96 says, they've kept us alive. Seems like pretty selfless gesture for a bunch of elitist jerks. All right, let's take a break and we'll come back and continue reading through the forum. I don't think we have that much more to go here, but we'll find out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So I've got good news and bad news about the maze. The good news is I solved it. The bad news is I solved it by breaking it because I undid everything during the break. I got to the same exact point about 3 times, and then I just yanked it out. So this little pin, you can see the mechanism is, it's just one little pin that sits right in there. Okay, but just since we're archiving this for the future, 647-793-158, just like Logan told us. Looks like this can probably be repaired, but for those of you who are curious. All right, we're going to go back to reading our forum posts. This is, does anyone freaking out what day it is? I prefer not to think about it. Okay. Next thread. Hallelujah. Who else followed the message they just got this morning, found the hidden part of the intranet system? Science has confirmed what we've always known in our hearts all along. Just like the sister foretold, the plague is gone. The elect will inherit the earth just as they always have been destined to. Who else followed the message they got this morning and found the hidden part of the intranet system? What does that mean? Who else followed the hidden? Let me see what the comments say. Amen. Sister, there are still aliens up there. I know Dr. Thomas's report is very encouraging. Please remember to be cautious. You shouldn't risk trying to make it in the wilderness up there, not with your age. Especially because you won't be able to bring any food or medicine out with you. It's still a death sentence up there. We will be provided for by the earth itself. The angels will not harm us when they sense that our souls are elect. What is the hidden part of the intranet system? Who else followed the message they just got? I don't get it. Antos reports. Can someone please explain to me what these reports mean? Is outside better or worse than being in here? Define better. Would you rather have a few years, maybe even a few decades of safety, or hours to days of panic just so you can see the sky again? This blasphemy is a gross misinterpretation of the information Anto presented. His reports show sealing the doors is entombing ourselves in this place. It is rejecting God's gift of the earth for the small, sinful world created by man. I think it means we're screwed either way, says D93. D85 says, yeah, but one of those ways doesn't involve getting eaten by aliens. B16 says, Anto's reports show us that it is a gamble either way. Staying here is a death sentence. That death might be 5 years away or 30. But we will die if we seal the doors. Leaving them open is a risk. It seems the world outside is changing in ways we don't understand, but potentially in ways that will be dangerous for us. But if we want to have any chance of the human race surviving beyond those of us in NACS, we have to leave the doors open. We have to believe that our story isn't over. So the Antos reports are the reports about the soil. Okay. D31 writes on day 1859 a thread entitled Patricia. Is anyone else having trouble with Patricia? Her responses are all garbled. Something's very, very wrong here. Do you think the council created her as a way to control us? It was known even before the plague that AI could potentially evolve to be able to perform mind control. Patricia is going to kill us all or turn everything around and make us all serve her like worker bees. D18 says, chill, man. There's probably just a hiccup in the system. That's all. A1 and A2 are master programmers. They'll fix her, okay? D31 says, I don't know, man. There have been plenty of lies and rumors and shady dealings going on right under our noses. Who knows what the council's thinking? They could even be in on it. They could have programmed Patricia to do this all along. They lured us here to this facility and lured us into a false sense of security. Oh, come on. The council didn't lure us here. We struggled and survived outside until we stumbled across this place by accident. An extremely lucky accident. If it weren't for this facility and its council, we'd all be dead. Just relax, okay? Maybe go see Dr. Cyril. D31 says, you'll see, Percy, you'll see. I'm not the kind of guy to wear a tinfoil hat, but I know a conspiracy when I see one. It's as plain as day. Next message, is Jordan gone? Day 1860. Did anyone else see the letter Jordan left in the rec room? This is crazy. I can't believe she'd abandon us like this. I'm trying to figure out who else left with her. So far, it looks like Madeline, Phoenix, and a few members of the elect are gone, including the sister. D70 says, hey guys, has anyone seen Jeremy? Oh, no, she didn't. D70 says, I can't find him anywhere. I'm even checking the vents. Has she gone insane? He won't survive an hour out there. This is kidnapping. We need to send someone out after them right now. Send who? It looks like all the scouts went with her. There's no way we're catching them. They're gone. A1 says, please deliver this letter to me so that the council may assess the situation. They want... Layla wants the letter that Jordan sent to people, left for people, and we have already read it. Next up, they can kick any of us out now. Exiling Theo is the beginning of the end. The council has established their preferred form of punishment. If any of us step out of line, they'll throw us to the wolves, or in this case, aliens. Beginning? Wasn't the beginning of the end when an alien virus wiped out most of humanity? Bruno, you're being paranoid. This is an extreme situation and will likely never happen again. Yeah, just don't kill anyone, impersonate a federal agent for 5 years, or conspire to swing the results of a council vote, and you'll be fine. C20 says, this is why we need the lock-in to pass. If doors are sealed, they can't do this to anyone else. Next post, Exile. So Oswald is just gone? After all he did, we're just going to kick him out and be done? C41 says, not enough in my opinion. The council should have gutted him like a fish. Isn't that a bit much? He killed Persephone. Anything less than death for him is mercy. Kicking him out is basically a death sentence. The council went too far. Why couldn't we have kept him locked up in here? Throwing him out of the facility is needlessly cruel. Yeah, sure, we'll just allocate a spare bedroom and the extra food we have to keeping a liar and murderer safe and sound. Exactly. We have barely enough to go around as it is. We can't afford any dead weight. Next post. The new counselor. This is about us. C17? Seriously? There are people who've been here for nearly as long as the Omega Protocol has been in place, and they pick the last person who happened to wander in from the surface? We don't know anything about this person. They don't know anything about us. The council has dropped more balls than a greased-up quarterback lately, but this one really takes the cake. Maybe Jordan has the right idea. I can't deal with this type of erratic leadership anymore. D60 says, sounds like someone's just jealous. How many government conspiracies have you uncovered, Jacobs? A117 kept a madman from taking over. Now that madman has been replaced, and by a well-deserving candidate, in my opinion. Everything can finally go back to normal. D58 says, you need to get your head out of the sand, Wanda. Who's to say the so-called conspiracy the council is presenting to us even happened the way they said it did? Anyone who still trusts a single word that comes out of their mouths is an idiot. Next post. Council election. This is our last post. I want to talk about the council's vote decisions and this new council appointment. Can't believe they just vote a newcomer into the council so easily. We don't know what their stance is. We don't know how they'll vote. All we can do is speak up and hope our voices are heard. I guess this is why this is turning into more of an announcement now. Make sure you all speak up. Make sure the council takes us into consideration when they vote. No comments. All right, and then we've got the maintenance log again. We haven't even read these. I wonder if we should. Speakers in the gym aren't working. Got into a chase when I went upstairs. I didn't die. I tripped over a rock. Can I have an exam table in my office inspected? It's wobbly. One of Patricia's processors is overheating. These are old though, right? Are they old? Yes, they're all before Persephone left. This is just flavor that we could have read earlier. I think these are all old. This is our old hazmat suits. Nothing to learn here. Ration inventory. Nothing to learn here. Directory. Where are we supposed to go? Oh, council. Here we go. Look at this. We can finally click on council portal. Now, what is the password to the council portal? I checked your access permissions. It looks like you're locked out of the vote page. Is the password the number in that box that was on Oswald's desk? It doesn't seem like it should be. This should be our password. Were we given the password when we were welcomed into the council? We should look at the FBI badge and the stopwatch. It feels like they must interact with our string of numbers from the tube. I wouldn't be surprised if the string of numbers weren't used to decrypt his messages. I just don't know why. I don't know why this wouldn't be the generic password that all council members should get. But all right, let's look at this since we haven't looked at this yet. So here's his FBI badge, Shepard Oswald. Anything written on the back? No. Anything else in this pouch? No. This could just be for flavor. But let's look at this one, has more writing on it. Nothing on the back. Charge of duty to protect and defend the United States against terrorist foreign intelligence threats, uphold and enforce criminal laws, order of the Attorney General. Well, it feels like this is just for flavor for me. But I'm a little bit confused about, am I forgetting something? Like this password here shouldn't have to do with Oswald. It should just be the generic council profile password. I'm gonna try this number. Maybe he's recorded his this number, but why wouldn't 647-793? I don't think this is for this. I think this is for decrypting his manifesto. Yeah. Look. As a council member, you've been granted access to the voting module. Please log in. Okay, I'd love to log in. Don't you have to give me the password to log in? Why would this be hidden? All right, let's go back and read this. I was telling you everything was left behind. A new protected file is cropped up on the data cache marked restricted. A new protected file is cropped up on the data cache. That's great, but you're talking about a data cache that has some link to it somewhere. You're not telling us where. We'll no longer... I've sent a message to every resident showing where and how to access the cache. All right, we have to find that. So what does that mean, you've sent a message to everyone? She says we have to get into the data cache. There's a secret file. And then she says, here's the new protected file. You have to read it. And then she says, where does she say I sent everyone? And we read someone talking about it. I've sent a message to every resident in this facility showing them where and how to access Alosha's data cache. Okay, well, if you've sent this to us, where is it? So let me show you what just happened. I said, where is this message? Look what it was. It was clicking her name in the council profiles brought me to here. This is her message. And we had to figure out to click on her name on the council profile. That's just ridiculous. Okay. Let's see. Layla Woods is voting no. She's rejecting the lock-in protocol. She says it's been a long time coming. I'm, of course, voting no. Considering that A17 helped A2 and myself expose Theodore Markson's plans for us, those plans involved a conspiracy to sway the residents' support on the lock-in to a certain side. This vote should have been a non-issue. Why continue to follow the plans of a madman? Why continue to walk into whatever trap he set? Despite being exiled, he planned this all out for years, and I, for one, do not want to find out what would happen next if we closed those doors on ourselves for good. Alexander Petrovich or Avosha votes no. Lock-in is short-sighted idea proposed by tyrants supported by cowards. Matthias votes yes. He's the guy that has been cheerleading for this. He says, my position on this issue has been clear from the beginning. The only way we'll be truly safe is with the doors sealed shut. We have all lost too much. I cannot bear to lose one more person. I know I am choosing the lesser of two evils. That still means I am doing the most good I can. The evidence seems to show that the virus is gone. The evidence also shows that the aliens are not. I'm tired of fighting. We all deserve to have the little time we have left to be a time of peace. I know I made mistakes. Oswald or Theo or whomever he is used me. I stole, I lied, but if I had to do it all over again, I would. I know this is the right thing to do. I would do anything to protect the people of this community. My only regret is that I can't spend this time with my son. I'm sorry, Augustus. We kept the doors open too long and you paid the price. I'll see you again someday. Dad loves you and he's not going anywhere. All right, so Cyril, this is the doctor that we were hoping to sway over to saying no, but he says yes. After a great deal of consideration, I have elected to vote in favor of lock-in. I am not without reservation on this policy. However, as a medical professional, I have sworn an oath to do no harm. I must act in such a way as to cause the least suffering to the greatest amount of people. With this in mind, I find instituting a lock-in to be the most prudent course of action in increasingly unreliable times. Although Dr. Thomas has presented a compelling argument that no trace of the virus remains on the surface, it is categorically impossible to prove a negative. There's no real way to guarantee that the virus will not recur in a mutated form. The long-term viability of remaining arable land on the surface is also in question. The only thing we know for certain regarding the surface is that the presence of extraterrestrials remains a constant threat to all those who venture outside. It is no longer prudent, in my mind, to continue risking our scouts for the resources they have been able to receive from the surface. Nor would it be prudent to take the risks inherent in farming the soil of the surface. If we in the NACS facility are truly all that's left of humanity, it is not responsible to risk any of our number by attempting to situate ourselves in inhospitable terrain. Dedicating more of our resources to scouting and eventually re-entering the surface would be an idealistic gamble. Focusing our resources on preserving the longevity of the base is realistic, common sense policy. The discussion of an exodus among key community members has made it apparent that we must also consider the allure of the surface itself a threat to the integrity of our community. Better to remove the temptation than to consign any more of the idealists among us to near certain death. Dr. Whelan's reports have made me cautiously optimistic about the quality of life we can expect to enjoy in the facility over the next 4 years and potentially beyond. In the event of the lock-in protocol's passing, residents who were previously designated scouts will be reassigned to manual labor in service of Dr. Whelan. All those who wish to leave the base will be allowed to do so. We will unfortunately be unable to provide those individuals with any supplies. If I were choosing only for myself, I would be far more tempted to follow my heart on the matter. However, due to my position, I must take more than my own preferences into account. The lock-in protocol guarantees a continuance of our species for a significant amount of time. Maintaining a pathway to the surface will always pose the threat of imminent death. We can no longer allow the dream of the surface to distract us from the reality of our situation. All right, so that was the new document minutes. The rest of these we have seen. The terminal was the redacted thing. We figured out how to unredact that. What's in case file? Do we have new stuff here? Yes, we do. So the previous report ended with the environmental report. Now we have two new things. A sustainability report and a stated convergence.txt. Report on the projected threat level of extraterrestrial virus. The following document contains the conclusions I have drawn regarding the continued threat of the virus. I have utilized all of the concrete data regarding the virus available to me in the writing of this report. I am firmly confident in the conclusions that I have drawn from it. Certain members of the council kept me from speaking until now, but I cannot, in good conscience, keep silent any longer. Hypotheses. A. The virus was genetically engineered by the extraterrestrials for the sole purpose of targeting and eradicating the majority of human beings. B. The virus was ultimately successful in its aim. C. This success was achieved on a global scale in the week surrounding day 0. D. Without further human hosts to spread on the surface, the virus cannot have survived over the past 5 years. Therefore, there is a significant probability that the virus has gone extinct. If this is the case, this virus poses zero risk of mutating into a form of itself that will threaten those who are currently immune. Data. Total number of mammals reported by scouts who have outwardly shown viral symptoms since day 0, 0. Total number of mammals brought in from the surface expeditions for the purpose of food since day 0, 561. Total number of viral transmissions related to the consumption of meat from surface mammals since day 0, 0. Total population on day 0, it was 115. Then 109 people got infected and 109 died. The base population was reduced to a total of 6. And then by day 1858, there are 110 people now in the facility because people have straggled in. They've admitted that this killed most of the population of the facility that were there. 103 of them. But more people straggled in, and they're all immune. So everyone who's now survived is immune. Total population 109. History of exposure 104. They tested 108 of them, and they're all immune. The only one not immune was Persephone. But she was out there and didn't get infected. That's why they think it's extinct. Conclusion: infection by the virus leads to death within several days. Initial spread of the virus throughout the base wiped out all residents without immunity, with the exception of Persephone, likely due to her careful efforts to remain in a sterile apparatus. Persephone, as the only non-immune resident, did not contract any form of the virus after she removed her sterile apparatus day 10. This suggests that while the virus is very quick to spread, the pathogen itself cannot survive in its airborne form for more than several days. Persephone Grace did not contract the virus when she ascended to the surface. She spent multiple days. This was confirmed by a blood sample. The virus has only ever affected human beings. At no point in the past 1860 days has there been any sign of cross-species contamination, transmission of the virus. This suggests that the virus does not lie dormant in any niche of our current ecosystem. If the original form of the virus had died out, then the formation of a mutated strain is impossible. This suggests that the odds of the virus still being a threat in the area surrounding the facility are statistically insignificant. So it is safe out there. All right, and then we've got our reports we've read before. What about sustainability report? Okay, so this is another report by Otto Whelan. Let's see what he says. Council members. While the initial goal of this report was to determine the sustainability of our soil and food supplies, I reached out to Dr. Thomas to expand its scope. We have looked at the main sources of concern regarding the possibility of a lock-in and have come to the following conclusions. Our calculations are based on the current population numbers. If residents leave the facility before the lock-in is initiated, we will revise our estimates once we have a final count. If you have questions about our calculations, please come see either Dr. Thomas or myself. Soil quality and food growing capabilities. Thanks to past composting measures, the soil currently in the facility has not degraded as much as the soil outside of the facility. The recent refinement of our composting procedures will keep the levels fairly constant for the foreseeable future. The larger issue is that we may not be able to meet the nutritional needs of our population indefinitely. This would require more analysis, but my current calculations show this could become an issue within a decade, after which time we may start facing a vitamin and mineral deficiency. Regarding food stores, our stores of outside food would begin depleting as soon as the doors are sealed. Based on expiration dates and dramatic rationing, we can expect to be solely reliant on food grown within the facility in 3 years. Medical supplies. We have enough basic supplies for the next 4 to 5 years. More specialized medicines and equipment will be used up sooner. Realistically, we will completely exhaust our medical supplies within 7 years. Solar panel integrity. The solar panels are still in good shape. We should be able to expect at least 80% of the current electrical yield from them for the next 10 to 12 years. After that point, the photovoltaic cells will begin to degrade about 1% each year. Once the energy level dips below 65%, we will have to start shutting down parts of the facility. Water filtration. The water filtration system was built under the assumption that nuclear fallout would make all surface sources non-potable. Therefore, the system is robust and not a concern for at least the next 50 to 60 years, assuming there are no catastrophic equipment failures. Air filtration. The air filtration system is built with the same mindset as the water filtration system and has the same expected longevity, 50 to 60 years. Waste storage. With the overhaul of the composting system, our waste storage needs will be reduced going forward and are not a concern. Overall, I can safely say that should the lock-in take place, our current standard of life could continue for 4 years and would degrade after that point. In a best-case scenario, we could stay within the facility for the next 30 years before our quality of life would decrease so drastically that survival of the population could no longer be guaranteed. All right, now we've got these documents, AC records that are the same, and we don't think there's anything new. Here's our facility. We've been told we've been put in room 105A. Is it still password 1439? Yes, this is still the same feed. Okay, and no new rooms to click on. What about communication? Same as before. Okay. John says, I think casting the vote is the end, so I think we have to solve everything first. I think that sounds right. I don't understand how any of these people could think sealing the doors has any upside. Are these arguments supposed to try to convince us the lockdown could be a viable idea to make our vote harder? I'm not convinced. This report is not painting a great picture to me. Thorpe says this is reminding me of Stephen King's The Mist. All right, so now we have seen her report that everyone saw. What else does she want us to do? She says a new protected file has cropped up on the data cache marked restricted. Although she claims it's not his, I suspect Marson left one last message. Find out what it is and who put it there. So it sounds like there should be one more encrypted message here. But look at this. Now it has lost whatever we've done. It has forgotten that where should be on this page. So what I have to do now is I have to reload Was this one Alan Turing? No, that was this website is absolutely terrible. So, in other words, we're in this data cache, but we're in the wrong data cache. I'm trying to remember what was we didn't have to provide a password to get in here, did we? We just clicked. This is just terrible. All right, so it has forgotten where we are. So we're going to come in as A17 again, and then go to personnel again, and then click on her name again, and now we're in the proper data cache. Now, she says in this data cache, there is an encrypted file, but she's not telling us where it is. It's not the sustainability report. It's not this report. It's not this report. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not this. It's not this. I mean, God knows the way this game works. It doesn't even know. It's not this, huh? And it's not communication. Yes, it is. Okay, fine. Okay, so it's in this area which it lost track of. Okay, so This is a private channel, 1861. Who's writing this? This is the angriest I've been since the world ended. I'm a saint for not picking Oswald up and throwing him out of the base myself, says the security guy, the cybersecurity guy. A1, Layla says, wow, you're sending this through Patricia and not Jeremy? This might be a first for you. Man responsible for infiltrating systems is handcuffed in front of me. I am not letting him out of my sight until this is fixed and he is gone from this place forever. No need to worry about prying eyes. She says, that might not be entirely true. We're showing one another our hands. I should mention that I have an agent working for me. They very well might end up seeing this. I suspected this might be the case. Wise move, unless this agent, this is the Russian guy. Unless this agent ends up betraying you. They haven't steered me wrong yet. I was actually hoping you'd back me up in nominating them for a certain role in the base, one that recently opened up, if you catch my drift. I do not trust whoever this agent is, but I will lend my support if they continue to help keep facility secure. How is the Patricia mainframe? I'm looking back through my account's usage log to track changes Oswald might have made while using my clearance. Thanks. As for the mainframe, none of her hardware is damaged. Can't say the same for her source code. I'm still assessing the extent of the damage, but this is going to take ages to fix. I have been warning Council not to put too much faith into AI for years. Yeah, and I realize now I should have listened to you. I knew that she'd been hacked before, but with the aliens and the possibility of the virus still out there, I thought nobody would be insane enough to want to sabotage the program in charge of protecting us all, let alone capable of actually doing it. Ah, yes, what madman would not have total faith in all-powerful surveillance system with intellectual capability to form its own agenda? Point taken. But why not just take down her internal surveillance system? Why attack all of her basic life support protocols? Those notes Oswald wrote, the ones we found in his room, they imply he wants to use Patricia to control the base. Surely taking her down hurts him as badly as it does the rest of us. I do not know, he will not say. Has he said anything? Very little. None of it helpful. All of it said through insufferable little smirk. Perhaps he thinks himself the only one capable of removing virus. He thinks we will give up and be forced to strike deal with him in order to save facility. But clearly making deal with him is not a viable option. Only thing more dangerous than independent AI is AI in hands of megalomaniac. He's holding her hostage. Precisely, and it is his only leverage against exile. Oswald's insane scribblings show envy of extraterrestrials' power. He sees world only in terms of subservience and rule. Only place he can feel truly powerful is locked up down here, making his own world with what little humans are left. Too bad for him, then. I fully intend to deal with this thing and then with him. How long will that take? Too early to say right now. The sheer amount of code that Patricia is made up of is dizzying to contemplate. Oswald's been here for 5 years. There's no telling how much of that time he spent surreptitiously worming his way into the Patricia mainframe, the same way he wormed into Matthews's good graces. I see. I have faith in your capabilities, but this is not encouraging to hear. I know. This is the first time Patricia has had a problem I don't know how to fix. I've been getting her to run every self-diagnostic I can think of, but she has no idea what's happening to her. Or maybe just no way of telling me directly. You remember cyber attacks that preceded day 0, yes? How could I not? I know why you're bringing them up. These attacks have a very similar methodology, which makes some sense since Oswald would know just as much about the attacks as the two of us, if not more. I mean, he caught the hacker in the end. They don't realize yet that he is the hacker? He must have interrogated him and gotten intel on Patricia's weak points, or hell, maybe they were working together the whole time and Oswald turned on him. Who knows? I've seen enough to know the most ominous explanation is usually the right one. Haven't we told her that Oswald is the hacker? Ah, yes, reverse Occam's razor of espionage. The only other person involved in this whole mess was... I'm confused. I think, Jonathan, you're right. I think we were supposed to read this in box 4. And the website didn't give it to us. I think you're absolutely right. This makes sense for us to read in box 4. Okay, so they haven't figured out it's him, but we were telling her it is. Okay, just reading more about this. Cyril's patient to a fault. I suppose he's trying to stay neutral. I still do not understand why Persephone trusted Oswald. If she asked someone else, she'd be alive. As far as I can tell, the process of elimination, Matthias hates the surface, Cyril hates taking risks, and you hate anyone besides yourself having special privileges. As maniacal as he is in private, Oswald always presented a neutral public face. He let Matthias spout all of the extremism for him. He probably seemed like the safest bet. You are forgetting yourself in that equation, Layla. What do you hate? Nothing, but I love Patricia more than anything else. Maybe she thought I wouldn't support her plans to return to the surface if it meant leaving Patricia down here. But I've been correct. That doesn't matter now. I'm still going through usage logs. I found something interesting. Bizarre edits made to section of Patricia's automated timekeeping function made from my own account. I will try to undo. Thanks, Alosha. I appreciate the help. Anything to make this end. I cannot stand being in the same room as this man for much longer. He is still smirking at me. Here's the thing, Jonathan. If we were supposed to get in this in box 4, did he get arrested yet? I can't remember. Like, he's just been arrested. Trying to remember if that happened before box 4 or not. Okay, well, now we've got one more file to read, but here it is. So we're supposed to figure out this file. Now it makes a little bit of sense. Now we're told that this file may have been placed by Oswald. So it makes sense that we don't know the password to it. Probably we're going to have to read his encrypted message because it's probably not going to be this number, right? We can try it. 647-793-158. 647-793-158. No, oh yeah. Okay, so no. Okay, that's his failsafe. Have we already tried Perigee? Perigee. I forget if we used Perigee. Maybe we already did because it's not the password here. Okay, so I think what that means is this number is used to decode the crazy writings in code that he wrote, and probably with that we're going to get the password to this. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to the recap site. So we finished box 4. Now we're to box 5. we need for that this password LCKB 0297. Okay. So we figured out the password hints. What about contact letter? Anything else here? Letter, Lay will want you to help her find out what he did to the intranet, finding the password to the vote page. Layla wants you to vote on the lock-in. However, there are several things in your way. Theo has blocked the vote page. You must somehow find the password to this page. I think the page they're talking about is the council access page. Perhaps finding Theo's restricted file, deciphering what his last message is will help. Okay, so that's what we think too. Vote reminder reveal shows you where to vote. The voting page is locked with a password. Okay, I think this is just talking about the council page. Jordan's statement has hints. Pay attention to the PS. Okay, so we looked at this. We did notice this PS this is a little weird. I see this as a chance to start over. Beginnings are what matter the most. So it sounds like it's saying that we should start over at the beginning. Hatred innocent anymore, like so leaving quietly. What? SHIALS LQD? No. So what is she? What is the secret message here? Beginnings are what matter most. What if it's IHVE IHVE? I have SU IPI SJIN. Any theories? Sounds like she's saying start over and the beginnings are what matter. So either beginnings of lines, beginnings of sentences. Okay. Seems like this is something we should be able to figure out. Jonathan says, you seem like you were onto something with beginning of sentences. I mean, we could try it again. So, that's the first line. The second line had an H, a V, and an E. I have, and then the next line is an S, U, P, P, L, I, E. I have supplies, I guess. L-I-E, where was her E? B-I, Earth is broken, and then S, I have supplies. Next line, J, O, I, N, M, E. Thank you for having me not give up on this, Jonathan, even though I tried it and then started to give up. Okay, O, N, S, U, R, F, A, C, E. Join me on Surface. Okay, pretty cool. I'm skipping an A on the second sentence. Hatred, suspicion. Oh, an innocent person is dead. Okay, so there's our A. Okay, I have supplies. Join me on Surface. Okay, so Jordan's statement, hint, reveal. Layla's announcement, hint. Pay close attention to the instructions Layla gives in her announcement. Is this the announcement they're talking about, or the one that was... Or is she talking about the other one? I don't know that I have it in me. Let's click it. Layla's announcement leads to a backdoor link with Layla's name. There's no password. So somewhere her announcement was supposed to tell us that we should click on her link, which I stumbled on, but it felt very unreasonable to me. I don't even know if they're talking about, I guess they're talking about this one. All right, I don't know, and it doesn't seem to want to explain what they're talking about. Okay, stopwatch. Huh. 4 hints for the stopwatch. I wonder if it's something to do with this number, but that's very... Okay, well, wait. We did notice on the back of the stopwatch... ... said number 316. Can't even read this, really. So we noticed that it said number 36. So let's write that down. Said number 36, ... So do you think that means... This is a... I mean, I don't know if this is... You see this kind of thing sometimes during plastic manufacturing, so I don't know if that's a clue to us or something. Said number 36. What is that? Does that mean we should look on the forum for a 36? Does it mean... What does it mean we do? 36 winds of the clock. "36 winds of the clock" from Oswald Notes, but I don't know. Why don't we take a break? We'll come back and I guess we'll just go through those recap hints because I'm not sure what else to do. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. I think we're almost at the end here. All right, we're back. There's some talk in the chat. John says the raised dial on the back, it looks like a 1 and a 7 and a 9. And it says, it feels to me like the hacker left some sort of time surprise that we need to stop. Logan, who's played this, I believe, says, in the first note we got from Oswald, he said 36 hours, 36 seconds. Don't skip to the hints until you look at that note again. His notes ended with tick, tick. Sounds like a countdown, and this timer was found in his possession. Logan says, playing it for the first time. Dort says, I'm going to start using Cluster Buster as a real-life insult. All right, well, here is the note from the previous box. He says, wind the clock 3 times. It ticks away the seconds. 36 hours is 36 seconds. How in the world could it be anything else? Tick, tick, tick. Wind the clock, modded for 36 seconds. And we lovers of fate may exchange key information. And then there's an encryption. But when we did this, we just figured out it was a Caesar shift of 3. We don't know. I don't know any about this. That's what decrypted all this. So is it saying that if we actually set this clock to 36 seconds, how am I going to figure out how to set it? Mode. That looks like a clock mode. Setting time. This is just the stopwatch. Yellow and blue is for reset. This is set? No. I've got 3 buttons. White, yellow, and blue. If I just hold this one, I get an alarm. This should be the mode. Alarm, chime. Where's my reset? Is it both of these is reset? Or both of these is reset? And here's what I'm trying to do is set this to 36 seconds and then watch it count down and see if anything happens. Start and stop. I don't even know that this has a countdown. That's an alarm. can get the stopwatch to start, but I don't. So I think one of the things we're discovering in December, playing these games that are meant to be played over 6 months, is there is a real disconnect in sort of expectations that in some ways we're being a little bit unfair to this game. You could imagine someone getting this and spending days just like taking this with them and passing some time, not feeling any rush. Whereas I have felt a very continuous sense of frustration with these things. But part of it is because I feel like I'm trying to get it solved, in 5 seconds. And it's not a pleasant feeling. And maybe that's not all the fault of the game. And part of it is just the fault of trying to play these all. It's not just playing one of them in one session. It's playing 6-hour sessions 3 times a week. I'm sort of asking for frustration, but I'd be lying if I said this was a pleasant experience, sitting with this stopwatch, trying to figure out how to just get it to work. Under the possibility that they've got this custom stopwatch programmed to do something. Does it even have a countdown feature? And what is it doing? All right, let's see what happens if I run it for 36 seconds. Okay. Logan says, there's a reason for number 36. There's no way the watch does anything other than give the engraved hints. Okay. I'm clicking. Notice the engraving on the back of the stopwatch. This item works with other documents and a previous episode. The back of the stopwatch features the engraving said number 36. Consider types of ciphers that feature the number 36. Okay. The phrase tick, tick, tick in the manifesto from episode 4 can be combined with the message on the back of the stopwatch. This is a clue to use the stopwatch with this document from episode 4. The said 36 on the back of the stopwatch reveals is a clue to the use base 36 cipher. Nope, not going to do it. The base 36 cipher should be used to decipher the numbers in the manifesto and another document in this episode. To decode base 36, you can do it manually or use a decoder. Solving this cipher manually is a lot of guess and check work. It's best to use a decoder online, such as this one. Should you choose to decode manually, use the principle of arithmetic base change conversion from base 36 to base 10. There are 36 alphanumeric symbols, 26 are letters, and the other 10 are digits. So this is how you convert the number. And when you do, you get the encrypted numbers in the manifesto, which says, I already have access to her original programming. Whoever controls Patricia controls humanity. Let this be a lesson to whoever stands in my way. Let this be the rising action, the moments that fall like dominoes that were always meant to be. Failure here means nothing. I will never stop. Okay, so if you went through all this trouble, base 36, and you you decoded it, you would get this, which seems like it's just flavor and it's not actually any information, although it does say, let this be rising actions fall like domino. I'm not sure that means anything. That's an awful lot of work to go through to get a message that's not useful. Okay, the puzzle box hints, just there are several strings of numbers that can be decoded later. In a later episode, what are you talking about? We're in the last episode. Multiple steps, and there's photos, assuming those photos are still available. Looks like they are. That was nice of them to give a full reveal of how to do the puzzle. It's just saying how to do it. Okay, well, I could see it. It's easy to see how it works. It's not a particularly difficult maze. I don't know how you could use this text to follow it, but all right, whatever. Okay, then you get this number. The cipher used previously in this episode, the base 36 cipher, can be used again to decipher this message. So if we use base 36 on this, we get apogee. Remember when we saw the word perigee? I said there's apogee and there's perigee. Okay, it looks like the password used for the next file is indeed apogee. Okay, let's do that then. Okay, so here we are, a whole bunch of binary. With some of the spacing, looks like it's messed up. It's going to give problems, but if we copy, no, we copy that and we binary decode. If we put this in, does it decode? I will take Patricia. I know the trails. I know the outposts. With the right equipment, I can build a terminal anywhere. My destiny will never escape me. No one was ready to see how beautiful my plan was, and so you live as captives under the rule of a broken Patricia. In case things go awry and I am unable to bring Patricia back from the brink of chaos, use the following fail-safe key, Derrida, ending in the sum of Oswald's identity. We are all just numbers in the end. We are all just numbers in the end. Okay, Derrida. He's got a fail-safe key. And the ending in the sum of Oswald's identity. Okay, so maybe Jonathan was right that this card could be useful. Do we have any numbers? Yes, we do. We do have badge numbers, don't we? Ending in the sum of Oswald's identity. XF 90D053. XF90G053 is the best I can make out. So, what do you think it means to take the sum of Oswald's identity? Failsafe key, Derrida, ending in the sum. We are all just numbers in the end. All right. Well, we don't have to figure that out. It's locked us out of this. User number failsafe. If we go back to the hints, let's look at this. Use the puzzle box to unlock this file. When deciphered, it says apogee. The wall of text in this file is binary code similar to episode 4. Use a binary translator. He says, I will take Patricia. I know the trails. I know the outposts and so on. Failsafe Derrida, ending in the sum of Oswald's identity. Jonathan says, I guess I would add up the letters and numbers and make the sum. So Jonathan is suggesting that we add up the value of an X, which is what, 23, 24, and plus an F, which is a 6, plus a 9, plus a 0. The D is a 4, plus a 0, plus a 5, plus a 3. You think something like that? 39, 0, 43, 0, 48, 51. Or these could be O's, in which case it will be a different number. And where do we put it? Okay, I'm just going to click the hint, though, to see what it's saying. The end of the message on this file, the key to unlocking a Patricia response. The end of the message on this file, the key to unlocking a Patricia response. This key works with another item in this episode. I guess it's just sending us to this. The badge is XF90D09F353. Okay, let's see if Jonathan was right. Decode the FBI badge number using the sum of all the individual digits and numbers. So Jonathan was right. So X plus F plus 9 plus 0 plus D plus 0, which is what we, plus 5 plus 3. Okay. So 51, that is what we got here. Use this number with the other part of the key given in the failsafe to unlock Patricia's response. So I guess to make this work, we'd have to talk to Patricia and type in Derrida (51). But if Patricia's broken, we're not going to get a response. Although, does anything give her any response? No. Okay. I could try it as the vote password, and that's a pretty good idea. The real problem is, as soon as I 117, as soon as I do that, we'll lose our access to that page. If we do council portal, can we try Derrida 51? I don't think that worked. It doesn't work, it just goes away. Okay. Let's go back and see what it says next. The key to unlocking Patricia's response is the rid of 51. Okay, well, we tried that, but Patricia's broken. There is a series of binary codes at the end of Patricia's last response. So we don't know what Patricia would have said, but she would have said something. And what she would say is, please stop Markson. Let me help you one last time. Unlock the vote page with something you will never see again. Time is running out. There's a shadow hanging over me. This is a riddle which reveals the password to the vote page. Unlock the vote page with something you will never see again. There's a shadow hanging over me. So Jonathan thinks the answer is the sun. You think the answer is the sun because of he's saying we're underground, we're never going to see it again, and because of the shadow is the sun. Look at this ridiculousness. Let's try. If we type SUN, what happens? Nothing. How about the sun? Nothing happens. I don't even know if it realizes we're at the right page. SUN capital. Is it something more fancy? I honestly don't know if I can't tell if this is the wrong answer or if the website is just acting up. What happened to, why has it, I don't understand why it's lost the page of hints. When would I have turned that off? Anyone has a guess about what the answer to this riddle is? Time is running out. There's a shadow hanging over me. Something you will never see again. This is sort of like, could it be like yesterday? But let me help you one last time. Unlock the vote page with something you will never see again. Could be something else, Jonathan. It could be like, maybe it wants like the word sunlight. It's hard to know what it would want. Sunlight. Sky. It's weird though, because why is it weird? It's weird because the reason we think it's saying sun is because of the second comment about there's a shadow hanging over me. Hanging over me. Not particularly good at puzzles, but it's the possibility that something else has gone wrong besides the answer to this is so high that it's hard to want to sit here and try to guess it out. There's something weird about shadow hanging over me. Something you'll never see again. Okay, let's just click it and find out what it wants. Yesterday. Okay, well, I suggested yesterday, but then this shadow part didn't make sense. Okay. Council portal. Yesterday. Welcome, council member A117. All right, now we're voting. Well, this is a pretty cool way to end a game by having us vote on this. But I think, as was brought up in the chat at some point, like, if it was trying to give us a balanced feeling so that this would be a hard decision, it didn't do a very good job. It feels very clear to me that we should say no, and we want to say no, right? Anna says, I fear no matter what, Patricia will lock us in. Patricia's not going to lock us in. I'm a little afraid going upstairs out of this place. All right, are we all voting no? Let's have a formal vote. After 5 hours today, 5 hours yesterday, another 6 hours. This is like hour 20 something. Anyone who is online watching this should get up and vote here, just to be on the record, even though I'm kind of ready to vote to blow up this whole place. Like, don't just lock in, but lock it in and set off the nuclear explosion. All right, but everyone is voting. I appreciate that. All right, that's it. We have no stragglers who are trying to be contrarian. Here we go. Submit. Let's make sure we're reading the vote right. Should we enact the lock-in and permanently deactivate the opening mechanism? And we're saying no. Remember, your vote is not confidential. Thank you. Your vote has been recorded. Please stand by. Okay, so we're getting an incoming message, and I am remembering to turn off the mute button so that we can all hear this together. Here we go. This is A001, Layla, the person who programmed Patricia and the person at the top of this hierarchy. Can you hear this? You can't hear it, and I can't hear it. What are we going to do about this? You can't hear it, and I can't hear it. And we can't rewind. Okay, how about now?
You all have made your voices heard.
All right, now.
This matters. Attention, good residents of Nax. This is Layla Woods, designation A001, bringing you an official announcement from the Council. This matter warrants immediate attention. You all have made your voices heard. Despite what happened here with X designation A007, there was still much support to hold this referendum. The final vote has been cast, and I am now ready to share with you the future of this facility, of our home. But before I do, I want to let you all know how very proud I am of you. Throughout this difficult time, you all have kept it together. Otherwise be an unbearable recorded
You're
here
not
forever, chronicled and stored in the heart of Patricia's databases until the sun dies. By then, I hope the human race is restored and lives amongst the stars in a peaceful universe. I won't waste any more of your time waxing nostalgic. In interest of full transparency, I will read off every individual vote by council member on whether we will permanently seal our doors and forsake the outside world. Counselor A001. No. Counselor A002. No. Counselor A003. Yes. Counselor A004. Yes.
Yeah, it's all up to us now.
Counselor A117. No. Hope still has a home here. I think about all the joys we've shared, all the hardships we've gone through, and how we may one day be able to reclaim the surface. I think about how far we've come in just 51 days. That may seem like a long time, but it is the genesis of the next evolution of humanity. We must crawl before we walk, before we run, before we jump to hyperspace.
Jump to hyperspace?
Today we have decided that we will
What the hell is
raise
she
this
talking
new
about?
world. And
Whoa.
Hello.
Whoa.
Denizens of this sad, lonely bunker. No need to get out. This will only take a minute. I'm coming to you from this remote outpost to tell you that despite your best efforts, despite C117's choice, it will not matter in the end. You are all still wallowing underground while the creatures that stole your home continue their plans unabated. You are all still powerless to stop them. I was the one who was going to save you all. It's not my fault that you are all so self-destructive. You've chosen your fate. Oh! One more thing before I go. When you exiled me, I helped myself to a little souvenir. Patricia. No. But she's still here, you might be saying. Well, yes and no. She's infected with the virus that I coded especially for her. I've taken a copy of her source code along, and now I can reshape her the way she was always meant to be. And you know what? Your precious new council member knew all about it. Yes, that's right. You think you can replace me? I'm irreplaceable. So, Go ahead and see how long you last without me. Or your precious AI. Cozy up in your tomb. I have much larger ambitions to pursue.
Okay. And that's it. That is it. That is it. Now we do have a third-party site that we may want to visit to see if it has anything else for us. But, is that it? No. Why am I not? Why is this not picking up anything? Why is this not finding the website? I mean, it should be bookmarked too. I don't really understand this world anymore, but okay. Let's just go to the end of this. See if there's anything here. Just see if there's anything more that this third party people have written about episode 5. Take note of the etching on the back. Oswald interrupts William's message. He wins after all. Our vote was for not. I voted no. I did go back and vote yes just to see if I could. It was kind of saddening to see how heartbroken Layla was when she saw how we voted. Seeing Oswald in person kind of made me like him more. Okay, so you could have voted yes, and then they would just be very disappointed in you. It would have been funny if the lock-in protocol would have turned the base into a spaceship to go into hyperspace. And it says, what did Mr. Crazy say? That we can't survive because he infected Patricia with a virus or something else, and he'll be out there, of course. Yeah, I got to admit, I didn't quite... I mean, we knew he infected her with a virus. And he was saying, see how long you'll last in there, but we didn't vote to lock the doors. So we're not trapped in here. He is out there. I mean, obviously should have killed him. The correct thing to do when you saw that message is you send all the people with guns to hunt him down and kill him. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We've been playing for 5.5 hours. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back. I'm going to give a very short, spoiler-free review for 5 minutes, and then we'll talk about this experience. I'm very curious to hear what you all thought of this game. I feel like I've put my finger on the scale a little bit on the negative side, but we'll find out. I'll see you in 5 minutes for a discussion. I do want to hear your thoughts if you've been with me so far. I'm very curious. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Well, we've just finished playing Hunt to Killer's Earthbreak Season 1 called Omega Protocol. And I'm going to give you some spoiler-free quick thoughts on the experience. I would say this one was a bit rough. Lots of frustration. The setting, this overall story here is interesting. It is compelling. It's a proper science fiction story with a proper set of mysteries threaded through it. In some ways, more of a proper mystery story than Empty Faces series from Hunt to Killer that we played previously. But there were some real problems here. First of all, there's a broken website. There's a feature of this website that isn't working as of 2025. It's not critical to play the game. It's just an interactive element that doesn't work. But this game made much, much more use of the internet while playing. In fact, a huge amount of the content of this game was to be read on the internet. And while the writing is good and feels like you're in this place, it was too much. There was too much of it spent online. And as someone who likes story and reading dialogue, even I found myself feeling like we are just spending too much time just reading wall after wall of text. Even when the text was well written, like this forum, there's this feature where you're reading posts in a forum. And even though it's sort of well written and interesting, it was just too much. It was like reading pages and pages and pages of forum posts. And in small measures, those are used quite well in a bunch of games to interject a little humor and fun, but you just can't have a player sitting there for 40 minutes reading forum posts. It was just too much. And aside from one little mystery, which we did figure out, which was clever and cool, almost everything you're doing in this game is either deciphering easy or extremely hard codes and ciphers, or you're trying to figure out passwords to log into web pages, and the whole web interface is extremely painful and buggy. So most of the process here that involves us doing stuff is unpleasant. The story, I think, has lots of things going for it. Not perfect, but has lots of things going for it. But all of the parts that we interact with, all the stuff that we're asked to do, was unpleasant. So, I mean, definitely way down on the scale for me. I wouldn't recommend it even if it wasn't out of print. However, like with the Empty Faces that is being retired, I do think the core story stuff that's happening in here is good and interesting. This was also another little bit of a miss at the end for us, but the human element is well told here, and it is a proper science fiction story, which we don't get many of. I just wish they had done a better job of making a game out of it. So that's my spoiler-free review. Now we're going to go to the chat, folks who have been playing this with me for the last 20 or so hours, and see what they have to say. Okay, Jonathan says, I liked it in terms of being interactive sci-fi thriller story. I actually think the story might have been better suited for playing in quick succession rather than spread out. I mean, I have hypothesized that we're doing a little bit of injustice to this game by trying to play through these in a marathon session in a couple days rather than how they would have originally be played over a course of 6 months or so. But Jonathan says, I think you'd have a hard time following the story over the course of 6 months, and that's a fair comment. This is going to be a spoiler-filled discussion, by the way, so if somehow you can get your hands on this and try to play it, even after it's been retired, You might not want to read these comments. Jonathan says the empty faces would have been better spread out. Perry says, particularly unhappy with this. Box 3 was the best of a confusing lot. Jonathan says this one did lack the rituals of the Empty Faces series. Empty Faces was much better. World building that deserved a better game. Yeah, I think that's right. The codename thing didn't really need to exist. They were just doing busy work. That's a very good point. Like, it looked like we have had games where figuring out whose codename is what person is an element. Here, it just seemed to add unnecessary complication and confusion and was never part of any puzzle. Anna says, I mostly like this story. It was realistic and interesting for the most part, especially boxes 3 and 4. A bit of an anticlimactic ending again. I think that's right. Groot says, felt really unfinished and unsatisfying at the end. Is there a season 2 of Earthbreak? If so, I really hope the second season drastically improves. There is a second season, and we are going to be playing it. We are in too deep to come out now without finishing up. So there is a second season, not a third, but a second season of Earthbreak called Frequency. And we'll be playing it next week, just like we've been playing all the rest of these. I'm a little concerned, but we will be playing it. John says, I find it interesting that there was too much reading in this game when we read 30-page journal in the other game. It's true. It's true. Normally, I love that. But in the other game, we had these big, beautiful paper journals that we were reading. And in this one, we were just reading pages and pages of forum posts and pages of that little didactic science fiction details, almost like reading pages of statistics, very dry stuff. Am I the only one who thought the walls of text reading felt too tiring? It may be that my sleep schedule was just not perfect for this game, and that I was more tired than normal. I do think there was that ending felt a little off. The one thing that was very cool, it was very cool to see that bad guy come onto the picture. Having said that, I do think there are some real misses here in terms of that ending story stuff. Like, first of all, we were all watching the video glitch constantly. It was annoying. It was loud, the static. And so we were thinking, oh, there must be a reason for this. Like, we're not going to hear our vote. There was going to be some sabotage. But no, we heard the vote at the end anyway. It was just sort of an effect that was annoying. I think also a real missed opportunity here in terms of the vote. Like, it was all structurally set up so that it would be a hard decision, but really it was a very easy decision and a kind of silly decision. This whole case was whether they should seal the doors so that they wouldn't have the option to open them rather than just say, don't open them. That's a very weird thing to even think about doing, and it seems insane. It would have been much better if the decision was like, should we evacuate? Like, we have this tough choice where if we stay, we got a 50% chance of survival. But if we leave, you know, there was no trade-off here. It was just basically, do you want to seal the doors? And how do you even seal the doors so you can't open them? It's just weird. Anna says, listening to the forum comments was fun. Well, they were very well written, and they did give felt realistic to me. Like, even when you're in the apocalypse, people are being sarcastic and making jokes. I just wanted there to be text and then puzzles for us, and then text and then puzzles for us. I didn't want, it was just felt like it was an hour of reading the forum before we were just deciphering something. But maybe most of all, it was just, I didn't want to be spending that much time on a very unpleasant website. Maybe if it was all written on paper, it would have been more enjoyable. That whole website was a huge pain to deal with, and a little bit of a pain just to physically read off the screen onto the channel. What are the lessons? If you're writing a game like this, though, what are the lessons? I mean, surely one of the lessons that Hunt a Killer has, well, flirted with learning, I'm not sure they really have learned, but this whole business of the only puzzle being cipher, I mean, there have to be, I don't know what the audience is that just wants to work on these ciphers, and some of them very convoluted. Very bizarre. And I think the other lesson is for online content. Like, do not put stuff online unless it has to be, absolutely has to be online. This is a science fiction story, so you could make the case that it has to be online, but your website should be minimal technology. Like, this was insane how they had their own little windowing system, and boy, did it not work. And I don't think it ever worked. It wasn't that it was broken now. Everything about that was unpleasant. God help you if you try to play that on a tablet. But also just a lack of puzzles, a lack of interesting stuff for us to do. Just lots of busy work. Lots of unpleasant busy work. But still with a good story. With all the complaints about the story was still good. It just could use a little bit better of an ending. They could have made better use of videos. I agree with you there too. I think if you're doing this whole stuff online in a sci-fi setting, maybe some better use of videos would have been appreciated. Any other thoughts? It will be interesting to see what they do with season 2. Like, are we going to get this same villain who's been allowed to escape? I do think the one thing that this group, I'm assuming it's the same group did Earthbreak that did Empty Faces. But if there's one thing this group or this team is good at, it's world building. Like, they really do put the effort in to flesh out these alternate reality worlds that are constructed. The people in them, the personalities of the people, all of the documents, it does feel like a real world. And they do a very good job of involving us as players in it live as it happens. That was pretty cool. And it says, I'd like season 2 to be about finding and taking down the hacker. Groot says, I hope it follows Jordan and the people who left. That could be interesting. Poll, should we all lock ourselves inside forever? I'm practically locked inside. In fact, all of you who are joining me, we are sort of locked in. Jonathan says what I think. I'd like to learn more about the aliens. I think I would like to learn more about the aliens as well. I do wish there were more of these science fiction mysteries. I almost feel like We talk a lot on this channel about making good puzzles and mysteries that involve deduction and logic and psychology to solve. I almost feel like there's another path that could be taken here with this kind of game, which is sort of don't try to make serious puzzles. Don't use these crazy ciphers. Just tell a story, but try to break it up in a way that the players are involved in progressing it. But if you can't figure out a way to work in proper deductive solutions and mysteries as puzzles, maybe just don't have puzzles. Don't have ciphers. Just, if you're so good at telling a story, just try to tell the story and break it up into things that require the player to sort of advance it. But just say, look, it's not going to be a puzzle game. It's going to be a very cool mystery story. And just try to figure it out as you play, but without the mechanical interactive puzzles. I think that would work here too, and it would eliminate all the frustration. Like, don't you think we would have had a better time, ironically, here if there were no puzzles? It was just us trying to figure out the mystery as we were reading about it and reading different sources. Like, do we really need to go through the process of getting a new password into the website every day and dealing with these encrypted messages? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable just to read the creepy, scary messages? Perry is agreeing with me. This would have been a great immersive story without any puzzles. Dorp says the story writers from Hunt a Killer should team up with the puzzle designers of Deadbolt. Yeah, I mean, Deadbolt is very good at what they do. They happen to tell a pretty good story, too. But they don't do the world building that these people do. Both Empty Faces and Earthbreak are doing world building on a very different scale than Deadbolt and most of the games we play. Groot agrees. No puzzles and the mystery to figure out being the story would have made this an excellent experience. Maybe that's the biggest lesson. There's a lesson about website technology here, but I also think there's a lesson about story being king over puzzles. You do not need to throw in these super difficult, obscure, fragile puzzles that just grind the whole story to a halt and create frustration. You would be much better off to tell your story and then have some minor interactive stuff in between. And maybe focus on creating a mystery that the players can chew on and talk about, but not have to solve these artificial puzzles. John says, yeah, it could work with no puzzles. You still need to tweak the ending to make it more climactic. Yes, I agree with that too. All right. Shall we wrap it up here after 6 hours? I am glad we got to finish this box. Now, as for plans going forward, it's Christmas in 3 days. That makes it Thursday. Thursday is Christmas. I hope everyone has a wonderful Christmas. I am going to try to get up another video before then. Maybe I'll get on Christmas Day to do something short. Boy, are we really ready to start the next box on Friday? That's the question. Thursday is Christmas. I guess that's our plan, huh? I mean, we don't have much time left. Are we going to try to play the second season of this on Friday? Is that our plan? We're like a bunch of masochists here. Is that our plan? Who's ready to start the second season of Earthbreak in 5 days? Groot says, should we start Saturday? Dorp says, we need to seal the chimneys so Santa can't invade. Why don't you see how you feel? Says Jonathan. Yeah, okay, let me give it a couple days thought, but I'm inclined to start on Friday. I do think that, you know, having Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the way to do it. Otherwise, we get into Monday night and stuff. It's a little rough. All right. Well, boy, we really, I wouldn't say we bit off more than we can chew, more than we could chew for December. But we really have pushed the limits of what we can do on this channel in terms of playing consecutive day after day of 6-hour streams. You can see it does start to get to me. I can see it. I can see it in my reflection in the camera. All right. Well, if I don't see you on Christmas, I hope you guys have a wonderful holiday, whether you celebrate it or not. Nothing to do with religion. As always, with most holidays, it really does seem like it's mostly a matter of taking a moment to appreciate what you have in your life, whatever it is. Friends in real life or friends online. Interesting experiences. You got to have the bad to appreciate the good. I may come on Christmas to play a little bit of something or just to say hello, but I will see you surely before the end of the week. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.